Sure. It's all working. Alright, looks good. So, had a little bit of a hiccup with Prez Evoker yesterday. And I posted about it in my Discord, but just in case, you're just watching the videos, you didn't read that. Basically, what I did is, after stream, I tried to push my key back up to a 10. It got depleted down to a 7 instead, because I got some of the most demonic tanks I've ever seen. And I got a little bit tilted, so I just started queuing for dungeons, and I ended up actually getting like half a vault filled on my Prez Evoker with plus 10 keys. And although, like, obviously I did that off stream, and it's technically part of the challenge, I posted that basically to make up for that, I'm going to do Prez Evoker to Keystone Legends, basically 3k, at some point later in the season. I also retroactively am including Blood DK in that. But today we're doing Disc Priest, and I have a plus 10 Cinderbrew Meadery, and I also have Shark the DH tank. So, we get to do round 2. This should be fun. Shark messaged me and said, I am in no way responsible for whatever happened in this key. Because I messaged him and I said, do you want to try round 2 on disc? So, if it gets bricked again, it's on me. It's my fault. I did look over the replay and, I messaged him a little bit, with some suggestions for DH, so we, we should hopefully have a slightly better time. Also, Disc Priest is very strong. Extremely strong. So, I think I will be fine. But we'll see. We'll see. This time, I am probably going to use both TDs, or Pain Seps, on him almost immediately. How long does Pain Sep last? Pain Sep lasts 8 seconds. I feel like as long as I Pain Sep him early on, that'll probably give him enough time to build up his frailty stacks. We'll see. And I'm obviously going to be very picky with DPS. Alright. What do we got here? There's a druid. Sure. I'll inspect them just in case. But druid buff will be nice. That it keeps closing the inspect window. It's such an annoying bug that they've just never fixed. I feel like he'll probably be fine. And I really want a lust. I think that would be nice. This comp... Mage would be nice. Shaman, yeah. I guess Mage or Shaman, really. So basically not Evoker, but I mean, I'll take whatever is like super nuts. Not Hunter. If there's like a God tier 1 of any of those specs that queues up, then I'll take him too. Or anything else that could help? No, honestly, I think it's one of those, probably. Let's see here. Rank Signet. least we have the socketed stuff from yesterday. How does... Oh, you crafted a 629 piece. Interesting. Oh, crap. Here. Interesting mage. Never mind. Let's go Storm Riders Furi. Yeah. Those. Alright. See, this was the problem last time. We forgot the second weapon enchant. Surely, with that fixed, everything else will fall into place. Ice Falcon said, "Sup Harldan, how is the grind going? Pretty good overall." Oh, pretty good. Another DPS. Sure, I guess. I mean, I'll check this guy out. I've thrown more money into your character than you have. Fair enough. I'll just treat it as my my 14th character as part of this challenge. Well, I have drums, so... We'll be fine. So... I'm gonna do this. I'll definitely paint up you early on. Well, I don't... Here, Shark, do you have food? I don't know. I don't know if you have food. I'm just gonna play it safe. We're gonna give you a bunch of this shit. Here. Take. I don't know if you have healing pots, so we're gonna give you some of those too. Take all of this. There you go. I know... Okay, there we go. I don't want you to try and, like, pay me or anything. Alright. Trust, we got this. For real, surely this time. I mean, I don't think we're gonna die. I'm gonna throw this random augment rune on that I happen to get in, I don't know where I got it. Alright.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
P.I. McWar.
Whew, okay. I think that is the hardest part of the key over with. Now you just need to not fuck up IPA and we're good. But we have a Druid and a DK, so we have grips, and we have a Typhoon, potentially Ursals.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Nice, the Druid got that, Mag got that. I respect the balls of pulling extra stuff while Chewie is out. I never chain pull with Chewie.
P.I. Nundi.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Needs to be a bar fight. Good.
That up slightly, we're fine. Is it gonna target me? It is. Okay. Okay. Spooky. Can the game stop fucking hitting me with the fucking fire breath, please? Please, Blizzard, please.
Time for happy hour.
Okay, fine.
A gift.
Another one.
Oh, I didn't pick it up? Shit. Someone yoinked it from me. It's okay.
Break it up.
Dude. I just need to stand closer. Here, if you're watching the stream, again, yeah, just respond to the middle of these.
For happy hour. Another one.
If you are watching the stream, though, like, right now I'm running with 2 guildies, so that helps. It makes it a little bit easier to pug keys.
My power is transcendent.
P.I. Nundi.
Break it up.
Hey, look, it finally didn't target me.
Break it up.
I'm gonna... I see some messages in chat, I'll respond to you guys afterwards. This is especially a key that I really need to focus up for, so... Just apologies, but I will get to you later.
And
I
Dude.
simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
I just got stun locked there. I don't know. Figure out what the fuck I needed to do, and I didn't really respond to that at time. That was a very aggressive pull, Shirk. It's fine though. At least only I died. We're good. Like, the DPS in this group is, like, insane.
Pi Nundi.
Why does it keep targeting me? Can this game fuck off right now? Ugh.
My bees! You put them in cages? They should be free gathering pollen in the forest.
We had to lock up your bees. Letting them be free range was too much labor. And their anger and frustration just makes their honey spicier. Right, Fang? Fang!
Okay. This. So that I could use that or preventatively, whatever. I can't think of the right word. If I needed to just increase my max health to live a big hit, that is something that I can do. It's not just a self heal, which is I was originally under the impression of. Just like that. Make sure you get the threat on these guys, sure.
Pi Nundi.
Nobody did the barrels. This is gonna be really sketchy. Need somebody to do the barrels. I guess I could do them if everybody's just gonna hard tunnel. It's gonna do the entire mechanic. I mean, surely one of the DPS does this. Surely. Actually, all three of them have not jumped onto a bee a single time this whole fucking boss fight, dude. Jesus Christ. Alright, fuck me, I guess. Shark, we have bees back here.
You're really trying to be a bee in my bonnet, ain't ya? You may have disrupted my business, but I'm still boss, and this is still my meadery!
P.I. McWar. P.I. McWar.
Yeah, but there'll be more of it. More meat, more money. That's good business.
I'm not do that well. Whatever. Worked out. Spec is fucking broken.
My power is transcendent.
Alright, Shark! Almost fucked that up. Okay, we need to get some C's. Okay, a bunch of them just went out. Careful, the boss spawning. It's actually just crazy how Disc Priests just don't interact with mana at all. Both Prez and Resto Shaman regularly need to drink. Just fucking stupid spec. Actually, just a really stupid spec.
Elemental made of mead.
Pi Nundi.
Cinder brew. Rubius are one thing, but I cannot process this.
A gift of power.
Nice. They're actually doing the mechanic. Holy shit. A Cinder Brew key where people DPS the brew droplets? Oh my god. Say it as so. Dude, it's so nice to see those actually die and not just constantly chase the boss around for like fucking 20 seconds. Oh my god. Do this, do that. The DK's using slappy hands? Oh my god.
A gift of power.
Very nice.
Cinder bees. We should use them to make a beeline to Goldie's office. Come back to the taps to use them.
Hey! That meter, you take out my bomb man, my prototype, and my beekeeper. And now you're riding my bees like some nature-loving
Easy
weirdo.
boss indeed.
I'm gonna have to show ya and your rock-headed friend who's boss.
Pi Nundi.
We end this key with B being the only death. I'll take it. Oh,
Is
almost jinxed it there.
share in it.
What is just absolutely fucking mag up? I don't get it.
Alright, you may have gotten my employees. But now, you're dealing with the CEO herself. You won't be taking this metering from me! Now!
A gift of power.
Pi lore planks.
No, alright. Oh, that one. Not a whole lot I can do about. Angst it. I knew somebody was gonna get hit by that. I predicted Mag, I was wrong. Nice. Hey, we even two-chested it! Hey, I got a 12. It's just that easy. Motherload, too. Oh, and you got Cinderbrew Steen. Huh. Yeah, the guy says his name. Honestly, Shark, I'd probably use that tank trinket over your Signet. For Eldrachi, I think it might honestly be better. Because Demon Hunter will drop and proc the bonus effect on it. It's not a terrible tank trinket. But definitely a tough call on that one. Alright, opening chat. Yeah, it's just that easy. No, I didn't even try the Yes Man tech. I'm not trying it. I've seen that fucked up way too many times. There's just really no reason to. Yeah, good shit, Shark. Now, as much as I think that you did a great job in that Cinderbrew, I don't know if I trust you to do a 12 Motherload. I'm gonna be real. But you redeemed yourself. Good shit. That was really, really, really clean overall. And look at Mag keeping up with the, like, 680 super high IO balance druid. Mag kind of pumped there. You're not doing a 12? Yeah, no, I don't blame you. But yeah, good shit. You did good, for sure. There weren't really many times. I think the closest call outside of the first pull, which is always going to be sketchy, is there was a pull that you did like right before Ipa where you got spiked really low, and I didn't have Pain Sup because I used it on you when you did the big pull, like the initial pull in Ipa's room. And I forget what I used on you, but I like panic hit something, and it like shot you back up. Yeah, Pain Sup is... This spec is just really fucking stupid. There were multiple times when I completely fucked up the Disc Priest opener thing, and it just, you still do crazy healing. It's dumb. Like, I'm doing about as much healing here as I do on my Prez Evoker. So, at the very least, I don't think I'm doing bad on Prez. And I've done, I don't know if I mentioned it in the healer channel, but I did do a few keys this morning on my Prez, a few 10s. They went fine for the most part, so... Like, yeah, Prez is just so fucking weird. Let me just... Mag, gonna do... Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely, I see why Disc is meta, for sure. It's fucking crazy. And I will say I have to work my ass off on Prez, because Prez, if I fuck up, I have nothing. Disc, at least you have 2 charges of Radiance, right? You have so much shit that you can rely on. The only thing I feel that, and this is probably just I need to get comfortable with it, when I get targeted by a lot of stuff, I kind of panic. Like the one death that I had earlier, you did a big pull and I like blew everything trying to keep everybody up, and then I got targeted by Bazooka when I was at like 50%, and I didn't have Power Word Shields. I can't remember if I hit Desperate Prayer. I don't think I did. I might have used it earlier or something. I think technically speaking, I had Health Pot up, so realistically, if I had like reacted fast enough and hit a Health Pot, I would have lived the hit. But it's like, the thing about Prez is Prez basically does all of its healing constantly split between everybody, and a lot of its healing targets Prez. So that's one thing I've never had an issue on with that. I'm just like, I'm always super safe. Prez also, like, Obsidian scales, what's it called? Renewing Blaze. It's really nice for those periods where you're getting hard focused. And then Resto Shaman I'm usually fine. But Resto Shaman I'm also more comfortable with. But that's the thing. I'm sure Disc is really good at, like, staying alive once you're really comfortable with it. Obviously, I'm just... You can outrange Bazooka? Oh, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, that actually I didn't know, so that is good to know, for sure. Let me scroll up and read chat. Environment said, another guild you joined to Mythic Raid falls to the roster boss. You can't catch a break trying to get back into CE. It's rough. It is really rough. Especially this raid tier is, like... This raid tier is weird, because, like, obviously... It's easy in the sense that the bosses are not that hard, but, like, One-Armed Bandit and Muggsy aren't, like, full pushovers. Sprocketmonger too. So you do actually need to have people, you know, playing well. And I think the biggest thing is there's so much shit that you're required to do outside of raid. So a lot of people are, you know, burning out, which really exacerbates the roster boss. Hey, Oxara? In higher keys and 13+, you're drinking constantly? Really? That surprises me. I don't know, because I really just don't feel like my mana bar ever moved. And it's not like I was just sitting there pressing nothing. Like, I was kind of constantly casting. Sure. Why Dis asked how are the runs going? Pretty good, I feel. Free said, I hate Disc Priest. What do you hate about Disc Priest? I mean, I gotta say, I think it was pretty cozy. And Whiteout said, coming in late for your stream, which classes have you already done? You're actually here early. You know, we haven't even been live for an hour, so you are actually pretty early to the stream. And as for what classes I've done, I don't have the command set up for YouTube chat, but I have a command on Twitch chat that does it. We've basically done 9 specs so far. Like, I've done 9 specs, and then currently I'm, like, halfway done with 3 of them. Prez, Guardian, and Disc I'm kind of working on simultaneously, due to a variety of reasons. So, let's call it, like, 10 and a quarter specs, I think, ballpark, is what we're on. Alright. One second. Did you want to do more Shark? Because, like, what keys do we have? Like, Mag has a 10 mother load. So, if you want to try to do Mag's 10 mother load, we can. But I want to try to do my key on a 12 whenever I actually run it, so up to you. If you want to do more, we can do 10s. Also, let me... Want to get all 10s on this guy for the achievement, but you don't want to intrude on any plans I have for my character? No, you're good. In fact, actually, you know what we could do? Because, like, I was gonna do this anyway. Yeah, let's do this. So I'll give you lead. And I need to do a key on my Resto Shaman for the week. So I'll do that. And we can get that done, and I'll hop back over to Disc Priest afterwards. We could do Mags 10, and then if it hits something different that I need for here. Also, what do I have on this character? My key should be a 12, I think. I have a 12 workshop, yeah. Right. I mean, actually, if you want, we could try my Shaman's 12 workshop, because I do not care about, like, if this key depletes or not. I genuinely do not give a shit. I've already done Resto Shaman for the challenge. So, if it depletes, we still get a weekly key. What embellishment is good for Mythic Plus? I would say a Sigil of Ascension is probably what you want to do. If you're... I think most Vengeance Demon Hunters run Sigil of Ascension still. These days, most people run either Sigil and Writhing Armor Banding, double Dawn Thread Lining, or double Focusing Lens. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure I'm running Ascension on my Vengeance, but... it looks like also there's a decent amount of Vengeance DHs running Adrenal Surge Clasp. That's interesting. Yeah, Vengeance actually has a lot of variety. Some people are running Adrenal Surge Clasp and Blessed Weapon Grip. Some are running Adrenal Surge Clasp and Writhing Armor Banding. Some are running Dawn Thread Lining. I would say probably just go with Sigil of Ascension, because, like, that's one where it's definitely good. And the other problem, definitely not Adrenal Surge Class, because the problem with that is we're going to get the stupid fucking Delve Belt, which I actually just realized that means I'm going to have to recraft shit on my Brewmaster, which is really annoying, because Brewmaster runs Adrenal Surge Clasp. Thanks, Blizzard. Yeah. My 12 workshop or yours? Yeah, Shark, whichever one you want. Again, I know that you said you weren't sure about 12s, but, like, the thing is, I don't care about my Shaman's 12. So, like, if we brick it, I genuinely don't give a shit. So, Workshop's also very easy for tanks. There's really not a lot that you could die to. Honestly, Workshop is more of, like, a healer key. You're getting a 681 weapon and a Dinar trinket. Ooh. Which trinket are you buying with Dinar? Here, fuck it, I'll list us then. Believe. I think it'll help Mag too, because what is... Yeah, Mag only has a 5 workshop, so this will be big score for him. probably buy the bomb suit. It was the only thing you got a recommendation for. Yeah, out of raid. That's probably a good idea, yeah. Yeah, because I guess it really depends on if you ever plan on bringing that into Mythic Raid. Or, like, if you want to do 12s and stuff. Because... obviously, out of raid, bomb suit is probably the best thing to buy with a dinar for Vengeance. Because what else would you buy? The only other thing would be, like, House of Cards, maybe. But I really wouldn't run that on Vengeance, personally. There's better options. And then there's, like... there's probably some better M+ trinkets, but you can just get those on Hero Track. So you obviously wouldn't want to spend a dinar on it. So then it's just the case of, do you want to save a dinar to get, like, a Myth Track version of those trinkets? This kind of Mythic rating, yeah, fair. Yeah, I think Bomb Suit... and I guess you have 2 more dinar, right? So, it doesn't really matter. Because what would I even buy on Vengeance? Bomb Suit, Pacemaker... Tome of Light's Devotion? Eh, that's kind of it. So, it's 3 dinar right there. DK named Huge Anus, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, these guys are actually kind of blasters. Someone on my friends list queued up at, like, right at the last second. Unfortunate. But these guys are kind of fucking insane, so... alright. Alrighty. I love this bug. I love the stupid fucking Earthshield bug. Thanks, game. So fun. How does a tank not move the Brew Boss on a 13? I don't know. I've seen some terrible tanks on that fight. It's bad. I think the problem is, a lot of times, when you run into situations like that, obviously I don't know if that is what's happening in your case, but if you're like a DPS, you might not know exactly how to do that mechanic. So it could be like a DPS person playing a tank, and it's like they got score, but now they're trying to tank, but they have no idea how to actually do IPA. And then they just get fucking clobbered. Alright, now you have 2 options here, Shark.
5,
you could do
4,
2-2, or
3,
you could do the entire
2,
room.
1.
Now, personally, I would advise 2-2, because the Striders will absolutely fucking rip you to shreds. Those things do not play. But it is your call.
In order to stop my father, we need to infiltrate the city itself.
I've only tanked you one time with a 100% success rate, true.
The Robodrome.
You did good.
Wait, what's this? Some surface dwellers have unwittingly stumbled into the arena. A word of caution to anyone sitting in the
Oh, nice. Also, because it's a 12, I don't need to save my Thunderstorm and stuff for The stupid Zalatath epics. Boss. Circles. Could have done that earlier, but
Now this is a statistical
fine.
anomaly. Our visitors are still alive.
2 deaths and a cheat death proc is a fair trade for clearing that first room. I've seen this timed with like 7 deaths in that first room.
A platinum pummeler and no
Mercy for you.
The city's entrance is located just across the river. You must hold your ground until we can clear a path to it.
No sweat, pal. I'm putting 20 logs on no mercy. I can't bet on a sure thing, and I ain't really living.
Ooh, careful with that.
looks like yours truly has joined the tussle.
Almost whacked me in the face with that tank buster. Dude, why? Why does it put my fucking totem on the ceiling? This game is so dumb. Also, dude, it's so silly how much damage Acid Rain does. Like, when I'm playing Prez, I'm busting my ass trying to, like, throw out damage all the time. And Resto Shaman does more damage literally just by putting its healing totem down. The thing that it already uses to keep people alive. How is that balanced? Also, you can do, like, a big dog pull here if you want. I'm not a bitch. Hell yeah. I am moderately though, so... Just do okay. I have literally no mana. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I will figure something out. This boss doesn't require... Dude, shit. A lot of stuff. If it was any other boss, this might be a little bit scary, but we'll figure something out. We'll figure something out. Tank is just giving me good practice. Like, it's my fault. I told him to be aggressive with the dog pull. Really, being as a Resto Shaman just means that you need to DPS a little bit more. Is fine by me. Thankfully, very easy healing boss. The only thing is, Dispel costs a good amount of mana, but then as long as I'm resourceful with everything else, it's not too bad. What is that guy doing down there? fell? We can start roleplay, we don't need them.
Warning, excessive levels of flesh detected.
Attention, citizens! Please remain in your domiciles. Guards are currently en route to quell the disturbance.
Dude, shark! Oh my god! By the way, you do not need to pull all of these citizens. They are purely cosmetic. They will go away if you just start the roleplay.
So, you dismantled a few of my lesser inventions. Let us see.
Gonna take a
how
quick
you fare
sippy sip.
against something more advanced. So, you possess some modicum of skill. It will prove insufficient against my newest prototype. Sparklocks! The invaders have made it past the outer defenses. I want their stench
What?
removed
What
from
am-
my city.
Why am I...
All civic defenses, my king.
What is causing me to damage the mobs?
From our metropolis.
Sure, please. Sure, please. Thank you. I don't know why... Slightly irradiated? What is slightly irradiated? Is that what was causing me to... Is that? Oh, is that... Oh my, it's pick me up. Oh. Mag must have eaten a fire sprelly. His health bar just fucking vanished. They are making me work for this fucking boss, dude. Holy. Oh my god. Yeah, so what was that discussion that we had the other day about, there were, like, I forget what dungeon it was in, but I had a Pug Resto Druid, or Resto Shaman, that, had more Lava Burst damage on this boss than Acid Rain damage, and I said that he was garbage, and then somebody was like, well, what if, you know, what if it's because there's, like, a lot of movement, and I said, if you know how to play Resto Shaman, you should be able to keep your totem redirected. And that guy was complete beans. I guarantee you that I was hitting Lava Burst way more often than he was, and I was still able to regularly reposition my totem to keep Acid Rain on the boss and the ad, and it was higher overall in the end. Yeah, just in case you didn't see, because I think it might have been covered by chat. That was my overall, so. I was at least correct that if you are playing Resto Shaman properly, your Acid Rain should definitely be doing more overall. And obviously, I know that the Shaman I had in that Pug. I forget... What challenge was that? Was that Blood DK? I forget which character I encountered that demon on. They blur together. But... yeah, obviously I know for a fact he was not playing correctly. That guy was complete beans, but... might have been Fire Mage, actually. Actually. Oh, that was Havoc DH. That was Havoc DH? Ah. I definitely, yeah, I misremembered that one for sure. Wait, was that yesterday? Because didn't I do Havoc DH yesterday? Is my memory that bad? Is this what it feels like to be old? Holy shit. Because you're definitely right. I do remember I did workshop on Havoc. Fuck. That was yesterday. You haven't slept that well lately? Well, neither have I. So honestly, it could be either one of us that's misremembering. I would not put it past myself to be forgetting.
Cannot reload my targeting systems.
My last 24 hours has been a bit of a blur. After
Cannot reload my targeting system.
After my Cinderbrew got depleted 3 times in a row, I kind of went into, like, a rage state and just did Mythic Plus for multiple hours in a row, and, you know, my memory from those hours are fuzzy. It's a miracle that almost all of the keys I did during that time were timed. How is he alive, dude? Oh my god. Oh shit. I'm blind. Good thing that doesn't one-shot. Where is the hunter? Why is he in Africa? Nice. I even gained score from that. Nice. Oh, you both got Keystone Hero, cool.
And so has my father.
Master
You
Blaster.
have my gratitude, heroes. Know that King Mechagon's vision of the world is not one
Shit.
my people share. We must now focus on but if you ever require our assistance, you need only request it.
I don't need
This
that.
partnership wasn't that bad. Reminds me how profitable working with you Alliance mooks can be.
Master Overspark's leadership. The
Oh,
threat of
no.
world annihilation.
Why is the team that's
Don't forget to
such
mention
a
my
big damage?
technical prowess in dismantling those mechanical monstrosities.
Of course, sir.
He's still getting he's getting geared up in the process of getting his item level up. That's why. You know, we have gems like the 629 belt, 629 shoulders. That's probably why. I mean, overall, for that item level, actually, that's not too bad. And the breakdown is about what I would expect for Eldrachi. So, yep. Not bad at all. Meg reroll. Oh, did Meg leave already? I don't know if he rerolled. He did not reroll. Okay. Yeah, I got key on my shaman now. Oh, Mag's done all day. Or done, anyways. Blessing the acid rain down in Africa. Let's see. Hey, Werewolf. What happened to Disc Priest? We took a momentary break because I wanted to help Shark and Mag with a key, and I still needed a weekly key on my Resto Shaman, but I have a 12 now on my Disc Priest, so I didn't want to use that. Alright, Shark, it's up to you, because I trust you in general. I do not necessarily trust you with my Priest's 12 Motherload, I'm going to be honest. So, up to you what you want to do for that. If you want to do 10s at some point in the future, I can let you know when I'm doing that. I mean, you did do well for Workshop, I will say, but Workshop generally is a very easy tank key. So, do I trust your 613 Prot Warrior? I don't know. I'm not super sure about that one. Bree said, you want to play Holy, but it's trash? I mean, I've heard that Holy's fine. Like, it's not... Obviously, it's not Disc, right? But I don't know if trash is accurate. But I guess we'll see. I will do it at some point. For sure. Alright. I'm gonna swap back over to my Disc Priest. If you're ever back into 10 range, let me know. Gotcha. Will do. I mean, it's entirely possible that I get a demon tank who just insta-bricks Motherload, because Motherload is one of those keys where somebody can just pull the entire thing. I actually, when I was doing Evoker Pug keys earlier, I joined a 10 Motherload group, and we got a Demon Hunter tank who just did the, like, pull the entire first room, hunt into that, like, second area, where, like, all the guys are dancing, pulled all of it together. This is a no comms random Pug 10, was getting absolutely pounded. I dilated him, I slammed him with 2 reversions, and then the Xalatath orbs went off. I did my Evoker Tail Swipe, I got 8 out of 10 of them, and 2 of them went off because nobody else was doing it. Then I got Ice Spritzered, nobody kicked, I ate a full duration Ice Spritzer, and I lived it by hitting Emerald Communion, and somehow I actually kept us alive for like a full minute-ish. But nobody was doing any kicks whatsoever. The Demon Hunter did not drop a single sigil at any point whatsoever. The DPS was complete dog shit, so nothing died. And obviously everything was taking 40% less damage because of the Xalatath orbs going off. And then it was a bricked key. So that was about 2 minutes, and then that one was over. So that can just happen in Motherload sometimes, unfortunately. MDI Motherload pulls in a 12, yeah. It's... Dude, the MDI is so annoying because, like, you have random, you know, little Timmy Vengeance Demon Hunter who watches that and then thinks he's him, and then just does the crazy MDI pulls with 0 coordination, and then doesn't even use things like Sigil of Silence or Sigil of Chains. Like, what the fuck do you think is gonna happen? Ugh, it's so frustrating. Sounds like healer issue? Yeah. I was doing like 2.8 bill HPS by the end of that pull. You know? The healer issue. I know you're joking, but the problem is the amount of times where people do that shit then blame the healer. It's like, I get it. I understand why, you know, people don't really like healing all the time. But plus. It's a fun challenge, though. It was. I was honestly very proud of myself for being able to keep the pull alive as long as I did. It was kind of ridiculous. You hate doing keys around the MDI? Yeah. Do I do my Priest, Evoker, Delves, and DPS spec or Healer spec? Generally, I do them in Brewmaster spec, and Prot Warrior spec, or sometimes Vengeance Demon Hunter spec. Because whenever I do these characters in Delves, I just 2-man it with one of my tanks on my alt account. So, yeah. I would... All joking aside, if you are not really confident, play healer and just go tank brand. But I did a Dev Evoker delve once because I was trying to do Dev Evoker with my Warlock on my alt account just to save time. And it was sketchy, but I did it with healer brand. Honestly, the only hard part is, like, there have been times where if I get the Pacifist Rig DC bug on my Prot Warrior, I literally just don't die in the time it takes me to log back in, because Prot Warrior is so fucking stupid. But if you get the Pacifist Rig DC bug on any DPS spec, you're dead. So I did have one that got bricked because I had Pacifist Rig DC me 2 times in a row. And I ended up, because I made, like, slight mistakes earlier, and I died, it was 4 deaths total, and that was a bricked delve. The only delve I've ever bricked, and it was because 2 Pacifist Rig DCs, unfortunately. So that can be rough, but what I've started doing is I do Pacifist Rig still for the early section, just because, honestly, it's way too overpowered to not use, even as buggy as it is. If I get, like, a really early DC death, I just reset the delve, and then once I get to, like, the 2/3 point, I usually switch to Bioprinter, just to be safe. Especially for final bosses, just because I've had that fuck me over way too many times. But, yeah, I played Dev for some of those delves. It's not bad, it's definitely a little bit sketchy, but you have to, with a lot of those DPS specs, you just need to kite constantly. Kite, wait for Brand's healing potions, take the healing potions, face tank a little bit, kite a little bit more. Casters are obviously very tough. Like, there's a lot of specs. I did some delves on Rep Pally just to see how it felt. And it wasn't too bad. I just kind of healed myself every now and then in between Brand's healing. But obviously something like Prez, where you have self-heals, but they're nowhere near as potent, and you're just generally way more fragile, it's difficult, for sure. I have not tried doing Shadow delves at all. Though that being said, if I were to do... Honestly, I think if you were to do delves as a priest, you probably run Holy. Holy is really good. Holy does very, very, very good damage in solo content like that. These days, I'm generally of the opinion that, like, for leveling, Holy is the best priest leveling spec. It does really good damage, and obviously, because it's a healer, it keeps itself alive, so... I don't really know what the best combo would be. Probably not healer brand, just because you don't need it. I think tank brand would be the super-duper safe bet. But you could honestly go DPS brand if you're comfortable enough, and just keep kiting, and just play it like a, you know, beefy DPS. Shadow delves aren't the worst, since you can fade the aggro onto Brand every 20 seconds. Yeah, I could see that. I haven't tried Shadow at all, because I haven't really played Shadow. I'm gonna have to learn it at some point, but... The few times when I did play Priest in delves, I usually did Holy. But... like, Disc would probably work fine, but it's... in solo content, Disc is just a strictly worse version of Holy. Like, for leveling, it's just... the tuning is not there, because obviously the damage is way worse than Holy. Like, significantly worse than Holy. Especially if you're playing around Holy's damage, which, you know, I don't know exactly how much damage Holy does in, like, competitive endgame content. I'd imagine it's still higher than Disc. But Holy has a surprising number of talents that can boost its damage by a lot. Especially if you go, like, full into the Chastise resets with Holy Fire, and you get, like, the little AoE splash damage and Holy Fire, you can just, like, slam pretty much non-stop Chastise Holy Fire, and then you get, like, a gigantic Rhapsody Holy Nova, and it does crazy AoE damage. It's really, really strong. You learn specs by playing, and boy, Prez Evoker's complicated. Well, I also learned specs by playing, but I would argue that you're not going to learn very much at all in delves. That's the reason why I just boosted a lot of those characters through delves myself, because what am I going to learn about high-level Mythic Plus healing by healing fucking Tank Brand in delves? Fuck all. You know, there's nothing of value to be learned from that experience. Just like, delves are trivial on tanks, but does that mean that tanking delves will teach you anything about tanking Mythic Plus? Fuck no. It's nowhere near a similar experience. You had no problem with disc with tank brand, even with low gear. You had no problem. Yeah, well, how should I put it? If you're playing with tank brand, yes, obviously disc would be fine. I'm not saying that disc would be bad for soloing delves. I'm just saying it would be strictly worse than holy, because holy also should not have any issue keeping brand alive. But holy also does like twice as much damage as disc, so. And yeah, tank brand AI in the underwater delves is kind of fucked. You really hope they do away with the AI companion if delves go forward into the next expansions. Yeah, I mean, the problem is, how do you balance it, right? Like, the problem is they can't really do away with the AI companion without delves being trivially easy. Because then how do you account for, like, doing delves on a priest, right? You could probably make it work without Bran as, like, Holy Priest if you're really good at it, but it's going to be infinitely harder than every single other class. There's a lot of classes that could very easily steamroll delves on their own, and Bran is just, like, you know, he's there. He exists. And a lot of times you're kind of reliant on Bran to not have a bad time. So, on one hand, I agree with you that I don't like Bran. And I don't really... I guess the way that I'm trying to word this is I think that delves as a form of content are just fundamentally flawed. And there's no real way to fix it by, like, changing one little thing. Honestly, I think that delves as they currently exist as a system, I think you would need to do the opposite. You would need to not take away Bran. You need to play more into your AI companion actually being a centerpiece of delves, so Bran isn't, like, barely there. Like, you have to play around him on some specs, but he's so fucking trash that it feels bad. It's a lot better to just be like, okay, I'm gonna play Blood DK and just, like, walk through the delve and nothing can kill me. So, I feel like the delve can't really be tuned around Bran existing, but he also needs to exist because it's just not balanced for every spec in the game. So, if you're going to make difficult solo content without an AI companion, then what you're describing is the Mage Tower. Now, would I love more stuff like the Mage Tower? Sure, but the reason Mage Tower works is because it is a specific scenario tailored for individual specs, right? It's not a one-size-fits-all challenge. Delves are supposed to be one-size-fits-all, and you can customize Bran within reason to make your experience easier. The problem is Bran fucking sucks. So, some specs just have a much easier time than others, and that's just bad game design. So, I don't know, it's a tough call. I think that, on one hand, I would love to see more Mage Tower-like stuff. I agree that that would be more interesting than what delves are. I think delves are kind of shit. I've expressed that opinion many times, but stuff like that is not a replacement for delves. That's just something that I would like them to do again in addition to that. Like, I think that's what they're going for with things like Dastardly Duos, but Dastardly Duos is just uninspired dogshit, so there's really nothing to it. It's also not a tailored challenge. It is, again, a one-size-fits-all, you know, schlop that is even worse somehow than delves. I think there are a lot of ideas in delves that are cool in concept, and, you know, the maybe unfortunate truth is that delves are intentionally designed to be way easier because they're tailored towards a much more casual section of the player base that is either... I mean, like, I don't know how often all you guys, like, you know, look at Reddit or something, but I like to read a lot of the, you know, new player experience posts on Reddit because I'm always of the opinion that, like, a lot of the guides and stuff that I make are tailored at new players, right? Like, my leveling guides mostly are aimed at people brand new to the game. So, if I didn't try and force myself to understand, like, that mindset, obviously it would be very hard for me to create guides for brand new people, because otherwise I'd kind of exist in a bubble of, you know, high-end rating and stuff like that, which people like that don't really need a lot of the guides that I'm making, per se. But a lot of the sentiment that I see expressed in those posts of, like, just started WoW, etc., there are so many times I see people saying, like, Delves are my favorite thing ever, and I would not play this expansion without Delves, and oh my god, this has, like, changed World of Warcraft for me. And I can't deny that as much as I think they are shit content, there is a pretty vocal section of the player base who really, really likes Delves. Because they're easy, right? It lets you get a taste of PvE World of Warcraft and makes you feel like you're doing a good job and progressing and earning rewards, and you get actual gear. Like, I saw one post that it's like, it kind of breaks my brain a little bit, but, like, I can't... This is the person's experience, right? But I saw a post where somebody basically said that Delves are a game changer to them because they can finally get Mythic Raid quality gear as a solo player. And they have, like, severe anxiety or something, and, they do not want to touch any group content whatsoever, and they're, like, they finally got a Myth Track appearance. Not even a Myth Track item, obviously, but a Mythic Raid appearance. And the fact that there was a 1 out of 8 or whatever, like the, what's it called? The Collections tab. Like, this thing on Mythic, the screenshot was, like, they had one of these Mythic appearances, and it was, like, they said it was, like, one of the best feelings ever, that they got a Mythic item from solo content. And I'm just like, is that what people want? Like, I don't know. Personally, gonna sound a little bit elitist. I feel like that's a little bit of a sad reality of, like, your end game is getting the appearance on a single item of, like, high-end content, because, like, why does it matter, right? Unless you, obviously, if you really want that outfit, right? Let's say this appearance right here, it is a pretty cool outfit. You really want to get the Mythic set, but you're not a Mythic Raider. That could suck. Obviously, it's easy enough to get it the next season, but, I feel like that's not it, right? It's not that they want the appearance. For a lot of people, it's the idea of feeling like they have a Mythic Raider item, like those Mythic Raiders, the best of the best, the elitist guys. They hoard all the really good gear, and Blizzard caters to them. But by doing solo content, I was able to get something on that quality. I feel like that mindset, that mentality, is what appeals to a lot of people, based on a lot of the stuff I've read. Delves do a really good job of making, like, the average casual player feel like they're earning difficult content rewards. And that appeals to a lot of people. Right? I don't personally get it, but I can't deny that I have seen that sentiment echoed across the WoW forums, Reddit, etc., over and over. So, there is definitely value to be had in Delves, and exactly like I said, the thing that a lot of people like is that they can do it alone, and if you take away Bran or something like that, people really won't be able to do that, because if basically, how do I put this? If it becomes something like the Mage Tower, and it becomes a skill-based challenge, it is going to filter the fuck out of, like, 90% of the Delve players. And Blizzard will not want that, right? Nor do I necessarily think that would be a fun or interesting way to change Delves, right? Like I said, I want more content like that, but I think that there is also value to be had, even if I'm not approaching it from, like, an elitist mindset of, like, oh, it needs to be harder, blah, blah, blah. I think there is value in having content that is easier and more fun. I've talked at length in the past about how WoW's world content and just general casual content is just honestly really subpar. And while I'm happy to see that a lot of casual players seem to be enjoying Delves, I still think it's not good. And I still think if a lot of those people figured out what Guild Wars 2 has to offer, they would just never play WoW ever again, because I've gone at length about how Guild Wars 2's casual content is, like, infinitely better than WoW, and it's not even fucking close. So, I think if you played into something like that, basically, if you, if I were to change Delves, I'd probably lean into the imbalanced nature of it, and I would say, okay, there's no way that this is ever going to pose a reasonable challenge to anybody with a few brain cells. Right? And the casual players are just going to struggle because they don't even know what keys to fucking hit. So at that point, just make it wacky. Make it fun. Allow, like, way more brand customization. Honestly, turn it into a roguelike or something like that. Make it so you have to, like, make it like Torghast. not literally Torghast, but, you know, the Torghast, like, endless halls or whatever, where as you go up, you get, like, more power-ups and something. Instead of it being, you know, you kill a few packs of mobs, you click on a few generic objectives like you're doing a fucking world quest, and then you kill a boss with no mechanics, make it larger. Instead of having a bunch of generic delves that are just completely bland, have a few really big, really in-depth delves with, like, checkpoints or something. And then, like I said, as you go through, you get power-ups, you get really broken stuff. Imagine if, you know, you don't just have to use Pacifist Rig, get a Pacifist Rig and, like, another really broken curio. And, you know, again, Torghast powers, right? A lot of the fun in Torghast is, like, the stuff that I remember in Torghast is Corrosive Dosage on Monk and whatever the Heroic Leap one was for Warrior. And just pulling an entire area and spam Vivifying myself on Brewmaster Monk, and my Vivify damage just shredding everything. Or on Warrior getting a bunch of stuff that gave me, like, a billion Heroic Leaps, and then my Heroic Leap leaves, like, the Aftershock, and I'm just jumping around in a circle, leaving these gigantic, like, puddles in the ground that are just doing massive AoE damage to everything. Like, that's what made Torghast fun. Everything else around Torghast, like the systems and shit, were garbage. But the actual gameplay was actually pretty fun. And if you take some of that, put it in delves, you know, keep the delve reward structure the same, keep Bran as, like, a thing that you can customize, right? Give Bran like a I don't know, talent tree. I, like, thinking something along the lines of, like, Simulated Universe and Honkai Star Rail, where, like, as you progress, you unlock, like, new starting powers and stuff like that, and something like that for Bran, to give you, like, more bonuses on Bran when you start, and it's not just like, do I want him as tank healer or DPS? I think that would be a good way to improve delves. Lean into, like, the chaotic nature of it. Anyways, I rambled for a little bit. Let me reach out. Think it would be better if you could pick certain specs. So, like, instead of whatever the fuck tank brand's supposed to be, you actually pick an AI prot warrior that acts like a prot warrior. I think... Well, how do I put the... You're not really going to get actual experience healing a prot warrior, right? Like, not to mention, obviously, people can run different builds. But it wouldn't really give you... How do I... Aside from Blood Decay, there's really no difference healing different tanks, right? Unless you are... Like, obviously, if I understand all of the tanks, which I do, right? As a healer, I am kind of subconsciously thinking about, like, okay, you know, is my tank using Shield Wall or something? You know, does my Bear Druid have Incarn? But there is absolutely no way that healing an AI version of a different spec is going to teach a random player who's never actually played those specs anything novel about the differences in healing it, aside from Blood Decay, which obviously is kind of its own beast. But at that point, how do you design an AI Blood Decay? Because if you're designing AI tank companions in, like, they should simulate how an actual player is supposed to play it, well then an AI Blood Decay would just never die, because a good Blood Decay does not need a healer. So that wouldn't really be much of a experience, right? Because there are tanks like Brewmaster does need some healing, not a lot, but then a good Brewmaster also doesn't really need that much healing at all if they're very good at kiting. But do you really expect me to believe that Blizzard could code a proper, like, good Brewmaster tank AI that uses its brews properly and also kites when it has, like, no cooldowns and ROPs to, like, you know, stay out of melee range while still doing its full rotation? Like, obviously, the average player can't play Brewmaster properly. There's no fucking way Blizzard could code an AI to play it properly. And the experience of healing a average Vengeance Demon Hunter or Brewmaster in Mythic Plus is that they get fucking blasted because they don't know what they're doing, and they don't use their defensives. That's the real healing experience. So, do you just code all tank AIs to be like that? At that point, how is it any different than fucking Tank Brand as is? He already gets blasted. So, he stands at everything. It's, yeah, I don't really think there would be any difference there. At least not from a player perspective. It would purely be cosmetic. that's also just not how Blizzard really designs their AI. A lot of their AI stuff is just like the icons that they describe to the player will have like fancy descriptions, but like most of Blizzard's AI companion abilities under the hood are always something basic like take reduce damage, do AoE damage. It doesn't really have any of the intricate spells and effects. Because like there's so much that goes into playing any World of Warcraft spec, even a simple one like BM Hunter, and the AI companions just kind of do their own thing and have like a few basic abilities that they kind of cycle through, which is why they're obviously kind of shit. Why Bran is kind of shit, because he doesn't do anything. Delves are easy to me. Yesterday you saw a group in LFG for 11 Fungal Folly requiring 670 item level. Well, the irony of grouping in Delves is Delve scaling is exponential the more people you have. So a lot of those people are just not very smart and don't understand that if they just soloed it, it actually wouldn't be that hard. Like, soloing a plus 11 Delve with Healer Gran is actually just so fucking trivial. But a lot of people don't understand how scaling works, so they think like, oh, well, I don't really understand how to play my spec, so I'm going to join a group, not realizing that if you join a group, not only is the scaling itself exponential, so everything one-shots you, but you also don't get additional lives. So whereas you have 3 chances to fuck up and still time the delve, or, well, to complete the delve, as a solo player, a single group wipe in a plus 11 delve with a 5-man group, even with a 4-man group, game over. You're done. You only get those lives, which, for the record, terrible design. Blizzard needs to fix that shit. It is unbelievable that group play is that heavily punished in delves, especially the res mechanic. If they don't want to have, like, equivalent res numbers, so a 5-man group doesn't get, like, 20 lives in a plus 11 delve, okay, sure. Bare minimum, you need to, like, more than double. More than double. It is insanity that a 5-man group gets the same amount of reses as a solo player. That's just bad game design. Plain and simple. The mole people love the weirdest things that you can never comprehend. Exactly, yeah. You think Blizzard shouldn't have abandoned the Torghast-type solo experience? You don't even like Bran, though he carried what feels like half the specs you do through Delves. Delves have Torghast powers and roguelike upgrades that were eventually added. You'd enjoy it a lot more. I don't even think you need to replace Bran. I think the problem is exactly what you said, right? The fact that you feel like Bran kind of carries half of the specs you do, and because his AI is so dogshit, that feels bad. If they embrace the fact that it wasn't meant to be difficult competitive content, and they just let you fuck around and have fun, and Bran was just there as, like, flavor, I don't think people would mind nearly as much, you know, having Bran along for the ride and customizing Bran. If you were unkillable on your own and you didn't need to rely on it, and Bran was just there to, like, throw out his goofy one-liners and do, like, a cool move every now and then, like, one of my... The shame about the way that they design it, right, is, like, one of the coolest abilities that I really had fun playing with for, like, all of 5 minutes back in the beta of War Within is Bran's Season 1 curio, like, the Shield Toss one. That was one of the first curios I tried when I was beta testing Delves, and fundamentally, like, the idea is very cool. That Bran is like, oh, come over here, and you run over, he throws you into the air, and you land and do, like, a big splash of damage and stun enemies. That is really cool. The problem is, it doesn't fucking work. Like, it just doesn't work. Not to mention, not only can you just not do that in most cases and live, like, that trying to line that up will get you killed so many times, but I had to stop using that really early, because what would end up happening when I tested that ability is a big boss mechanic would be about to hit me, and I'm trying to move. Bran would just run on top of me, activate his thing. I'm not trying to activate it, but because it's proximity-based, Bran activates it standing directly on top of me. Without me being able to control it whatsoever, I get launched into the air in a fixed animation, in place, and get one-shot by the boss ability. And the moment that killed me, I said, okay, fuck this, I'm using a different curio. And it's kind of a shame because, like, the best curios in Season 1 were, like, Porcelain Arrowhead Idol, you have increased crit chance, and the Wind one that gave you haste. There was, like, another one that I forget which one it was. It's been a few months now, so my memory is fuzzy. But all of them were purely passive effects. all of the interesting abilities that you could give Bran, like, some of them were cool on paper, but they just sucked. And they would get you killed. And you can't play around with all the cool, interesting stuff that they tried to design. And, like, now, this season, you know, like, look at all the fucking curios, right? There's... Like, what are you going to do with any of this stuff? Some people run Mechasaur Kit, sure, but this thing just does crazy damage. Why would you run any of the other ones? Like, the Foot Bomb Dispenser is cool in theory, but why would you run it? Same with, like, all of this stuff. A lot of these are neat in concept. If Pacifist Rig wasn't extremely buggy, then you would never run anything else. But obviously, you kind of do need to run stuff, but that's, you know, not super exact, like, accurate, because, like, it is just a bugged ability, and it kind of sucks, but it's very strong. Pacifist Rig, admittedly, is pretty cool, and I wish it was completely broken, but what are you gonna do? I think you're wrong about people not understanding group scaling. They understand and are desperate for a 670 to boost them. Yeah, but, like, what I'm trying to say is a 670 person is not going to do anything to move the needle. Like, obviously, we're spending way too much effort trying to get inside the minds of people who fundamentally don't understand how the game works. Like, you're probably right that that might be their logic. I don't necessarily disagree, but obviously their logic is extremely flawed, and even if they got a super good geared level 670 person, like, that wouldn't do anything. The scaling would actually just objectively make it harder. But people don't understand that, and unfortunately, Blizzard doesn't communicate that. It's the same shit as, like, AI Soradormi with horrific visions, like, making it twice as hard. More than twice as hard, actually. For some reason, I don't know why they did this, and it doesn't tell you anywhere at all. It's just dog shit. Like, there's so much in this game that they just don't communicate. And it leads to the general community perception of, if you aren't constantly researching this game on, like, third-party websites, you're just not going to know crucial info, which is kind of true. And on one hand, I'm biased because, like, that's half my job, pretty much. Like, if Blizzard didn't design their game like that and did a really good job communicating info in-game, I wouldn't be able to make half the guides that I make. Because in a perfect world, the stuff that I make videos on would just be in-game for anybody to easily read. But, well, they give me a lot of work to do. So it's, just curse. If Blizzard's one-button rotations, default CD tracker, and starter talent builds tell you anything, Blizzard does not fully understand the complexities of each spec. Oh yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. There's no way that they could ever design something like that properly. It's the same thing where, like, they nerf Tank Brand into the ground, and it's just, like, why? Why nerf Tank Brand? Why try to maintain the idea that delves are supposed to be balanced at all? Why was it a problem that some people were able to play healer spec and have an easy time in plus 11s? And, like, the answer, of course, is because they don't give a fuck about the game being fun. All they care about is their playtime metrics. And what they most likely saw is that a bunch of super casual people who had been hard struggling with, like, Season 1 delves were now very easily clearing 11s. And a lot of them panicked and were like, oh, these casuals are going to get all their 11s done and then quit the game. And they gutted Tank Brand as a result. But Keystone Hero on every spec, or Yap on every spec. Yeah, a little bit of both, for sure. Oil at Feet said late night stream. Yep. Starting late, but I wanted to get work on Disc Priest done, and I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow, so I was thinking about it, and it's like, well, I was getting stuff done early today, so I couldn't stream. Well, I was getting stuff done early this morning, and then I slept until, like, the afternoon. So it was either I stream tonight and try to get this done, or I just don't stream until Monday, and I figured it'd be good to get this done. Yeah, obviously I know you're joking, Oxara, don't worry. You're good, you're good. Beta Torghast is fun? Yeah. It's unfortunate because I actually never got to play the iteration of Torghast that a lot of people say they really liked, the beta version. I watched videos of people playing it, and it looked fun, but I was so burnt out on, like, beta testing at that point in time, because, like, I was really frustrated by BFA, and obviously things didn't really get any better in Shadowlands, so... I waited until the last second to do, like, any leveling testing for Shadowlands, what was it, 50 to 60 leveling? That was also right, like, I literally, around that time, started my YouTube channel 5-ish years ago, 5.5 years ago, give or take. So, I was also doing, like, all the speedrun videos early on, so... was too busy with that to ever try the beta version of Torghast, and by the time that I actually got to try it, it was kind of shit, unfortunately. I'd really love it if I set a stream schedule and stuck to it. Yeah, it's difficult. I will say, the biggest thing for me is I really just don't like being on a schedule. The problem is streaming is kind of weird, where there are days when I'm just really not feeling it. So, if I tried to maintain a consistent schedule, like force myself to do it, there would be some days where I would just be miserable and I wouldn't really want to stream, and I would be like, well, do I just cancel the stream, or do I force myself to stream because I said I was going to adhere to some sort of schedule? Like, I've tried it in the past, and... there were just days when I just had to say I'm not streaming today. Probably the most consistently I ever streamed was like a few years ago when we did like the speedrun on every single spec in the game. So kind of something similar to this, but unlike this challenge, I did that over the course of like many months. And forget what I did. I think I streamed like every Friday and Sunday or something like that. And I did that pretty consistently. I remember there was like a good month or so where I streamed consistently for like every week in a row on those days without missing a single one. And the nice thing about that is you have to remember that it also heavily depends on what I'm streaming. It's some stuff that I stream is like very difficult to stream when you're not in a good mood. Like this, for instance. If I were to try and slam out, like, a bunch of 10s or 12s when I'm, like, really just not in a good mood at all, I would just be playing like shit, and I would just feel bad. And that's another thing. So, yeah, you can keep the scheduled streams under 4 hours, maybe, but, like, I don't like streaming for short periods of time. Usually, if I like streaming, if I want to stream, I want to stream for a while, and it's like, I want to get stuff done. The other thing is, like, there are a lot of times when, like, although I enjoy streaming, some days I do not want to fucking talk to anybody. I just want to put on a show on Netflix and just get some work done on, like, a video or, you know, something like chipping away at progress in this. And I just want everybody to fuck off for 12 hours, and I want to watch a TV show and do my own thing. And some days that's just kind of how I feel, and I would feel really shitty streaming on those days because I would just kind of be not in a super social mood. I don't know. My brain is not like really good for like the super fancy streamer, like keeping a consistent schedule things. And that's during normal times when, you know, all I would need to be concerned about is not feeling good on a certain day. Sometimes unpredictable stuff happens. Like, obviously, the busier my schedule is, it can be tricky. If I have, like, a lot of videos and stuff that I need to work on. Like, that's another thing, right? If it's during a time when there's, like, a big release coming and I have to do a lot of video editing, well, I might just need to not stream for a few days because I'm just spending multiple days locked inside Adobe Premiere working on a video. I'm not doing that right now. There's no videos that I'm currently actively working on right this very moment. But still. Another issue is I can't really adhere to, like, a strict sleep schedule. I've never been good at, like, consistently falling asleep at normal times. And that can be really difficult because a lot of times whenever I did try to keep a consistent streaming schedule, there would be days when I would not be able to fall asleep, and then I would only get like 2 hours of sleep. I would either have to push the stream back by a lot, which, you know, I know a lot of you guys who watch regularly joke about how my streams always start late. A lot of times it's because of that. Or I would just force myself to wake up and I'd just be exhausted. And then I'm just, again, miserable. And I don't really think that lends itself to a good stream. So the approach that I've generally taken is I'm going to stream when I feel like streaming. That way I'm, you know, in a good mood for it. And I can, like, actually talk to chat and interact with chat and stuff, so. Mohammed Al-Kelly said good morning. Good morning to you as well. Free said, after the buffs, I don't know, Voidweaver Disc did more damage than Holy. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, I haven't tried Voidweaver Disc, so I'm not sure. Lonely Lake of VT said, in my opinion, forcing it is always super rough. Real hard to be entertaining and social when you're coming into it feeling like trash. Yeah. Like, how do I put it? I don't want to pull, like, the, you know, mental health card, because I feel like a lot of people use that as, like, a get-out-of-jail-free card, and, like, I generally, when I say I'm going to do something, I try to get it done, right? But, I mean, there are days when I just do not feel great. I really do not feel good. And it's really hard to force yourself to stream, because streaming is, like, an inherently social thing. Like, I have to, at least I try to, you know, talk and interact with you guys, right? And it's, if it's a day when I'm just feeling like shit, it's doubly hard to, like, you know, try and be normal, I guess, and still stream and stuff like that. It's extra hard, especially when I have a face cam on, which is why I very rarely use a face cam. Just extra anxiety that I don't want to have to deal with, but, you know, is what it is. Is there a specific order you're doing each spec? A little bit, yeah. Some of the order I'm choosing myself. Other parts of the order I let people vote for in polls. Like, I had a poll up the other day that just ended earlier for whether or not I do Assassination Rogue or Demonology Rogue or Demonology Warlock first, and Assassination Rogue won by a single vote. So, I was gonna do them, like, either one first, the other second, so that was the choice. Like, I decided that, but then I let people pick which one we do first out of the two, and people voted for Rogue. So, we'll do, after we're done with Disc Priest, Prez Evoker, and Guardian, we'll do Assassination, and then we'll do Demonology. And then I have no idea what I'm gonna do after that. Probably Ret Pally, Arms, and Survival, just because and Havoc, because I've started working on those, which again, you know, I just kind of decided those are specs that I'm semi-familiar with, so I already began working on them. And then after that, I don't know, I'll probably throw up a poll and let you guys decide. Hey Sinks, good to see you. You missed Shark's big redemption arc. Yeah, you actually did really good. He even tanked a 12 workshop afterwards. We timed it. I got +1 score on my Resto Shaman, so worked out well. What specs have been done so far? There you go. I finally have fancy chat commands now. Read about it? Yeah. On that note, I've yapped for long enough. I should probably actually post the group. I'm yapping a little bit more today just because I'm not planning on getting all of the 10s done today. You know, obviously it's pretty late, right? I'm not going to stay up till like 6 in the morning trying to get this done. But the current plan is to get 4 10s for the vaults, and then we'll be halfway there, and then we can get the other 4 10s next week. So I'll have 2 halfway filled vaults. Yeah, I had that discussion a few days ago about emotes, and I don't know. I've always thought about it, but I don't know what I'd do for emotes. I always said, if somebody has, like, a really good idea, let me know, and, like, maybe I can try and do it, but I'm also... it's hard for me to understand the emotes because I'm not, like, a big emote person, so... Did I finish Prez? No. we're still working on Prez. What I'm doing right now is we're working on Prez, Guardian, and Disc in tandem. And I got my Half-Life vaults. I got 4 10s done on Prez. So I'm putting Prez on hold for this week because I've had a bit of a rough time on Prez the last day or so. And unfortunately my key got bricked. So if I were to do Prez, it would be very difficult for me to get more of it done this week. And because I already have 10s in my vault, I will get a 10 key next week. So it would just be a big waste of time for me to try and push my key back up. And it's not even a guarantee. I could have like some demonic tanks crawl from the depths of the earth to brick my key again. And yeah, I don't want to deal with that. Yeah. Yeah, Sinks, I mean, there are some modes like that yeah, I've seen people use a lot, but I don't know. I'll invite these guys, and then I'm gonna check them. Nice thing is, I can tell if this guy's gonna suck dick or not. Okay. Sure. Good enough, I guess. A full haste gem is kind of demon shit, but whatever. And well, I also know BM Hunter, so alright, yeah, sure. Probably fine. He's playing CD build. Sure. I'm gonna be a little bit picky here. A little tiny bit picky. Yeah, I like Prez, honestly, and I mentioned earlier, so if you missed it, I'm gonna go for Keystone Legend 3K on Prez. Who the fuck is Timmy Totems? Huh. Alright. So what do we have here? We have a Lust. Technically we have a B-Res, though I wouldn't be caught dead B-Resing as a prop heli, so maybe a Druid would be nice here. Res is fun. You haven't played much of it in War Within, but it seems a lot harder than Holy Paladin. Yeah, I haven't tried Holy Paladin yet, but I've been told that it probably is the hardest healer right now. It's definitely very stressful to play, for sure. this guy. What? Well, I asked my friend. My friend said, "How are things going?" And I said, "Pretty good, you." And then the prop paladin linked this, which sucks to hear, buddy. Maybe take the Demon Hunter. Eh. I'll check this druid. Fuck it, good enough. Just get Mythic Tome? Yeah. Dude, Mythic Tome is so nice. First one here. Looks like they're all sitting outside. Alright, well. Guess we'll have to see how this first pull goes. I feel like you're probably not going to get an MDI wannabe pull out of a prop pally. Because prop pallies can't fucking live those pulls, so... He's probably going to do something more reasonable, and... One nice thing about prop pally tanks is, they kick. They actually kind of have to kick as part of their rotations, so... I probably don't need to worry about that as much. I'm also going to just get 10 of these. Slap one of those bad boys down. Damn, DZ definitely moved up a little bit. Good shit, DZ.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Pi Picana.
We're not gonna interrupt Fan of Knives at all. That's cool. Love that. Good thing they didn't interrupt Fan of Knives as I was doing my fucking ramp. So. Okay, he's kind of doing some demonic MDI shit, but... whatever. At least they're CCing. Good practice. Jesus, we're chaining into a Peacekeeper? Dude, what the fuck is this shit? Again, my life. Oh, that was fucking abysmal. Terrible pull. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, whoever said earlier that disc priests have to constantly drink in higher keys, like, fucking how? Like, what else do you possibly press as a disc that requires you to need mana, ever? Like, when do you... What is
PI
supposed
picking
to
up.
cause you to drink? Because I just fucking blasted my heart out. And my mana is literally unmoved.
I simply
What?
wish you had
Oh,
lasted
come on,
a little
man.
longer.
Res... They're gonna... Not res, thank you. I should have done Desperate Prayer for that, but I also didn't think that they were just gonna let the fucking Fan of Knives go off for fucking ages again. Flash Heal? What, you're just spamming Flash Heal over and over and over and over? You see? Alright. I don't know. I don't get it. Any CC, any stun at all? Jesus fucking Christ. Not a single fucking Fan of Knives cast has been CC'd this entire fucking run. This is insane.
PI picking up.
can't wait to look at the kicks, too. So many ice spritzers have gone through. Like, what else are you kicking as a prop paladin? I don't get it. Like, you have infinite kicks with Avenger Shields, and you just have, like, Rebuke is a thing that you can use. Like, you're allowed to hit Rebuke. In what universe are you not able to get every single ice spritzer as a fucking prop heli? Unbelievable. Okay, that was the worst kick I've ever seen anybody do. Okay, we're just gonna keep the coin magnet here. Yeah, no, casually just, give the boss a damage buff. This guy is actually fucking terrible. Holy shit. I fucking missed that. It's fine, though. Wild to you how many people are seemingly unaware they have kicks. As a prop pally, you literally can't do your rotation without accidentally kicking shit.
PI picking up.
The only way that you don't kick is just by, like, you're actively avoiding targeting the mob that has the interrupt on it. Which, like, if you're playing prop pally, your primary target should pretty much always be the mob that is going to have the interruptible spell, because why the fuck wouldn't you? It makes no difference. Avenger Shield hits everything anyways. Like, you have to try to not interrupt on that spec. It's fucking crazy. Can't do much about that. Okay. Just doing a fucking demon pull. For no reason.
I simply wish you had
Dude, I
lasted
don't
a
know.
little longer.
This is just fucking stupid. This tank is fucking horseshit, dude. Also just, we're not, like, you know, we're not getting any kicks on any of the Earth Shapers, so everybody's just constantly getting fucking pelted. I don't know. I know, you're fucking playing prop heli, you're doing gigantic pulls like that, and then you're not kicking at all. Look at this! Look at this fucking piece of shit idiot! Prop heli, he has less kicks than the fucking Balance Druid! Holy shit, this guy is actually trash. Fuck my life, dude.
PI picking up.
Ah, great. Yeah, we're doing the gigantic pull with 1,000,000 casts. Except this guy doesn't fucking know how to kick, so one of these is going to go off. Yeah, I kind of jinxed myself by saying it's impossible for him to not kick, right? I did kind of... I did that one to myself, didn't I? Yeah. I mean, at the very least, good shit from the Balance Druid. He snanked 3 kicks with a single Solar Beam. What a legend. But, god damn, this guy is fucking garbage. Like, actually how? Actually, how the fuck do you manage that? Literally, you're one of the only tanks that can just fucking cleanse your bleeds off. This is fun. Is it random? Does it always target, like, the furthest player or something? Does it keep picking me? Okay. You wanna know how I know that this guy's fucking trash? He's the first person I've ever seen actually use that fucking thing.
PI picking up.
Because it immediately gets broken. Easy, Easy means fucking Jesus. Oh. Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me.
PI picking up. That was something, man. Fuck me.
DZ got, like, absolutely fucking murdered at the start there. I genuinely don't know how I kept him up. You're shocked the Ragers didn't cook him? I mean, they were getting slapped around a little bit, but at least, for the most part,
PI
they
picking up.
did a good job CCing, so it wasn't that bad.
PI picking up.
I love the smell of propellant in the morning. I love the
It looked like he mounted up and then he sat there for a little bit. I was like, okay, is he gonna run around and do a big pull? And then he just dismounted it through a judgment. Like,
PI picking.
I thought something really cool was about to happen, and then, yeah, not quite. Really awkward. I'm just glad none of the mines are on me, but that could change very easily with a well-timed feigned death. We're gonna... Okay, we're not... No idea what this guy's doing. Need to get my shit rolling. What, evangelism? Yeah, that's the one. Oh, I fell into the goop! I fell into the goop! I'm fine. Good thing I had evangelism. I think this mine might... Actually, does the mine... Do the extra mines they summon get percent? I don't know if they do. Might need one more. Yeah, we need... No, no, Dude, we need 1%! What? Why are we pulling fucking... This tank is so fucking shit. This guy is so fucking shit. Oh, get me out. Get me out of here, please.
PI picking. Pi Picana.
I think every single one of those Gatling guns went through me. Did a single one of those Gatling guns go the other way? I don't actually think they did. I think every single one went counterclockwise. Fuck my life. Whatever. That's what it is. Timed it, somehow. Hey, at least my friend kind of blasted. Boomkin didn't do great damage, but credit where it's due, he was the CC king, so... Yeah, the damage was fucking abysmal this run. Holy. Punkest 12 gnomes a man, yeah. Oh. More damage solves everything, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, what were the kicks? I mean, at least he was #1 overall, but fuck me, dude. If I'm on prop heli, I'm doing double the overall for kicks of everybody else. Like... I mean, like, what I don't get is, like, obviously he had a lot of Avenger shield kicks, but... Maybe a lot of his... I don't know. Like, I would say maybe some of his kicks got sniped, but at the same time... No. Whatever. We timed the key. I won't complain too much. Death is the ultimate CC. True.
I can't wait to hear about your adventures.
Alright, I got a rookery. 12, that should be interesting. I need coffee before I do more. Let me just make sure I didn't read anything in chat. Or miss anything in chat. What's with the super loud text-to-speech? I don't know, man. My friend gave me this weak aura. It fucked me up the first time I heard it. One of my friends was like, oh, do you have a PI tracker thing? And I said no, and they just sent me the weak aura. And then earlier today, I did my first key with it, and I just, like, my ears got blasted with, like, PI so-and-so, and I literally just, like, it shook me. I sat there, I definition of stun locked. I had no idea what had just happened, and then, it took me a second to process. I don't really know how to change the settings, but you're probably right that I should figure that out. Is there a way to change the volume? Oh, that probably wouldn't be it. I have no idea where the volume thing is. PI announcement is twice as loud as my voice. Yeah, I know. Trust me. It's not... Like, it is that loud for me, too. I haven't been commenting on it because I've kind of just gotten used to it over the past few hours, but yes, it is very loud for me as well. But I don't know how to change the audio. And it is useful. I won't deny. It tells me who to PI. So it's reminding me to PI, and it's also telling me who I should PI. I don't know how it works. I was told it just looks at, like, who's using cooldowns or something. External audio library? The fuck? I don't know what that fucking means. It's definitely not any of this stuff. I have all the things. Like, I don't know. I don't know, man. Not there? Where? Where? Addons. No, there's no, like, weak auras thing. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna go make coffee. If you guys can figure out how I change it, let me know. Would definitely be nice, but yeah, I'm not sure. In the weak aura settings, it should point to another audio library. What weak aura settings? I don't really know much about weak auras. You're gonna have to tell me quite literally exactly which of these things to hit and where it would be located under that, if you at least take a guess. But I don't know. A level up emote? One of those rockets you use in my speedrun? Watch your clever mouth text emote? Or some other quote from my speedruns? Those are good ones. For sure. It's just like, how do you visually convey a level up emote? I don't know. I guess, like, so the way that I'm thinking about it is there's probably ways that you could, like, pay an artist to make something like that. I'm not going to do that, right? I'm not going to pay money to, you know, make an emote that people spam in chat. I just, frankly, do not give a shit. So if I were to add emotes, it would have to be just, like, simple things that are, like, pre-made icons or just pictures, like a picture of my dog or something. It would have to be something that basically I can make myself in Photoshop. You'll figure it out. Thank you, Werewolf. I'll BRB you real quick. Then we'll do 12 Rookery. Have coffee. Change the volume, go to game menu, options. Text to speech. Something like that. Interesting. So, I guess we'll have to see if that works, right? But I trust it does. So, it's using the text-to-speech feature, despite the fact that I didn't even have it enabled. That is interesting. I guess we'll see, but here we go. If that works, you're a fucking legend. Alright, let's...
Dungeon difficulty set to mythic.
What the fuck? Okay. I think... Hold on. Okay, it doesn't do that. If I do...
Dungeon difficulty set to heroic. Dungeon difficulty set to mythic.
Okay, so how do I... how do I make that stop? Now, I guess the question is, if I uncheck this, will it stop doing that, but preserve my settings? That probably works. Let's hope. I'll tell you guys what. So the last time we had this conversation about emotes, because I was talking about how there were like a bunch of stream things that I needed to get set up, and the two things that I focused on getting done is I got, commands in, I wasn't able to get it working easily on YouTube, so I didn't bother right now. But I have it working on Twitch, so I can do, like, commands, and then I think it's, like, Horde 170. Yeah, there we go, and, like, Keystone Hero. So I have a bunch of commands and stuff in Twitch, and I should be able to get it working on my main YouTube channel, but obviously right now I'm streaming on the second channel, so it's a little bit funky. But I got that all working. That took some time to figure out. So I figured that was more important than, like, emotes. Because emotes are, like, cosmetic. They're cool, neat, whatever. But the commands genuinely are useful to people, because every time I do one of these streams, somebody's like, which ones have you done? And now I have the Keystone Hero command. So that should make things easier there. But then, what's it called? The other thing that I also spent time doing is the chat cover, because I needed to have a chat cover, but I had been using my, what's it called, my timer for speedruns for a while, and then I threw that together in Photoshop, and I've set it up in a way that I can easily make new ones for, all of the different specs and whatnot, and I think that was probably a better use of my time, for sure. But, since I've already gotten that stuff done, and I've already said I'm not going to stream tomorrow just because I need to take a break. Also, literally, after we're done with Disc today, I will have done all of my characters' like weekly Mythic Plus stuff. Will be all done with that. Theoretically, I could go for like an 8-box on some of these characters, but it just wouldn't be worth it. Not really how I want to spend my time. Also do that. The only thing left that I need to do this week is tomorrow I'm probably going to push up my Rogue and my Warlock's key to, like, I might get it to, like, an 8 or something to at least get, like, some vault slots on them, and that way when we do Rogue and Warlock next week, I'll already have like an 8 or 9, or, I mean, if I'm really lucky, I could potentially push the key up to a 10. I'm not going to do a 10 on those characters, though. But then I'll have that ready to go for next week. So that would be good to have already finished. And that'll be nice, but I'm not going to stream that. The key pushing process is inherently just a slog. Not to mention, although I'm sure it would be slightly interesting to see me, like, play Assassination for the first time ever, it's so hard to really get a feel for, like, whether or not you're actually doing things correct in, like, a +2, because everything just dies super quickly, and you get, like, the dumbest pulls in the planet with random pug tanks, so it's just not really great learning experience. Usually it's only when I get to, like, 10s that I can really get a feel for, like, whether or not I'm playing something correctly. But all that will be done on stream, for sure. But I'll probably do that, like, later tomorrow afternoon, but I need a small break. And all that to say, in that time, I will look into getting a moat set up. I can't promise anything, but I will try to figure something out. It's probably going to be pretty, like, you know, whatever, early on. Because, like I said, I'm gonna, all of my emotes I'll make myself. I'm not gonna, like, pay somebody to do it, so can't promise they're gonna be amazing, but I'll try to think of something. We'll see. I'm gonna be honest, I am not super impressed by any of the people that have queued so far. At least, I am admittedly being a little bit picky, especially because Rookery is like, you know, everybody says Rookery is easy, and yet I have seen more Rookeries bricked than I think any key. That's a lie. Cinderbrew is definitely, yes. I've seen more Cinderbrews bricked than anything. Cinderbrew's fucked, but honestly, Rookery's probably the next worst. Like, I think early in the season, Priory was obviously hard, but I haven't seen many groups struggle with Priory in quite a while. I feel like it's really not that bad these days. There's obviously some, like, Motherlode I've seen bricked on the first pull, if people do MDI shit, like, that happens. But nobody's gonna say Motherlode is a hard dungeon, it's just like, any dungeon can be difficult if you do it in a really stupid way, but Motherlode, because people do it like that in the MDI, there's just a lot of idiots who try to replicate that. Whereas you see people doing pretty normal pulls, I feel, most of the time in, like, Floodgate, even though you could fuck up Floodgate if you wanted to. Even Dark Flame, you could do really stupid pulls in Dark Flame in, like, the first section, but it's normally not that bad. But Rookery people... The last boss, especially, I mean, people just can't fucking do the last boss. It's also, like, when I'm tanking, I can kind of babysit the second boss mechanic, but there's really not a lot that I can do to babysit that as a healer. So it's not like, you know, as a tank, I can move around and position the boss. I can force the group to play around me, so if somebody's doing something stupid with the debuff, I can force them to move. But as a healer, especially given I have to sit there and cast for a good amount of time, the best I can do is just watch like a hawk and then slam somebody with a pain sup if they take a second stack, but I don't know, it's tricky. Right, delisting and relisting. You'd think there'd be more, like, solid applicants, especially given that Rookery is, you know, arguably, with a good group, one of the easiest ways to farm crests. Wouldn't be that bad. Also, small note, I have now timed a 12 in every dungeon as a healer. Because on my Resto Shaman, we did 7 out of 8 of the dungeons on 12s, and the only one that I did on a 10 was Motherload. Now I've timed it on Discus, so. I've now done all 12s on tank and healer, which is, I guess, kind of cool. Probably good. Still gonna check this guy, but statistically speaking. Dude, look at this ring. Fuck. What is Cursed Mastery? Cursed Mastery enchant. What the fuck? Oh, wait, no. Wait. Wait. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? No, I'm not crazy. Get the fuck. No, I don't give a shit what his item level is. That is a sea of red flags if I've ever seen one. What the fuck am I looking at? Arms Warrior, Cursed Mastery on his ring with a stamina gem and a single stat master. Dude, what the fuck? Well, so, okay, generally speaking, other than very specific circumstances, you almost never want to use a cursed enchant. There are situations where it's good. Like, I'll give you a very good example of where cursed enchants are good. Cursed Critical Strike on a Brewmaster Monk is really good. Because Brewmaster Monks really like Brewmaster Monks really like crit. Brewmaster Monks hate haste. So the thing with cursed enchants is, I don't remember the exact numbers, but I believe you technically lose secondaries in total. Like, you're losing more than you're gaining. But the reason why cursed enchants are good is, like, in the case of Cursed Critical Strike gives you more crit, but saps your haste. But Brewmaster, if you had 0 haste, you literally would not give a shit. So you're getting more of your best stat and losing a stat that you actively want to just eliminate from your gear entirely. So in cases like that, it's good. Generally speaking, I would say Cursed Crit is probably the most used one, because like there are a lot of specs that just do not like haste at all, and most of those specs like crit. So I see that used fairly often. Yeah, okay, so I'm correct. You're losing 115 and you're gaining 75 stat. So it for any specs that don't hate a secondary, it's generally a loss. Now, it gets a little bit tricky when you're in situations where a stat is not dead for one spec, but it's just not really that good. A good example of that would be, what is Cursed Haste again? Cursed Haste. Yeah, Cursed Haste saps versatility and gives you more haste. So, a good example for that would be Prop Pally. At one point, I was using Cursed Haste on my Prop Pally when I was, like, a little bit low on haste. But, like, versatility, it's not a good stat for Prop Pally. You want to stack pretty much as much crit and haste as you can get. But, like, is versatility bad? No, versatility does exactly what it says in the tin, right? It's not a dead stat. It just doesn't really give you that much value. So, when I had, like, slightly poorly optimized gear, I ran Cursed Haste just because at that point every little bit of haste I could get was really valuable. But now that I have a really good haste on, like, all my pieces, I've gone back to Radiant Haste because, you know, I'm just going to get diminishing returns at that point anyway. So a tiny little bit of verse isn't going to kill me. There are examples like that. I think it is pretty fair to say that the vast majority of specs just want to run the regular Radiant one. Now, that one was very puzzling because he's running Cursed Mastery as Arms. Now, Arms is crit haste. And I know this because I just looked into Arms, and I did a sanity check just now to confirm that I wasn't misremembering it. My only guess is maybe he mostly plays Furi. I haven't looked into Furi a ton, but it looks like Furi is haste mastery. Now, I don't know how crit works for Furi these days, because Curse Mastery saps your crit and gives you more mastery. Way back in the day, Warriors used to have something that gave them 100% critical strike chance, and crit was, like, basically a dead stat, like, as dead as haste is for Brewmaster right now. I know that Arms and Prot don't have that ability anymore. I forget what it was called. But I haven't played Furi in a little bit, so I don't know if, like, that's maybe still a thing for Furi. Is crit, like, literally a dead stat for them? I don't know. But unless that's the case, it's just not good to run. But he wasn't in Furi spec. He was in Arm spec, so no matter what you say, like, it was just a bad play by him. And not to mention, to top it off, the Stamina Gem and the Solid Stat Gem, just, God forbid anybody doesn't know, never use Solid Stat Gems, because a single Stat Gem will always give you less overall secondaries than, like, 2 different stats, and there is no spec in the game that only wants 1 stat. Like, it just isn't a thing. You're gonna get diminishing returns. Like, everybody wants at least something. There are specs that, like, really fucking love haste, and they want to stack pretty much as much haste as they can. You still run double stat gems. You run, like, either you run as many haste primaries as you can in that particular case, and then all of your other gems, you run something, and then low haste. Partially just because you want to stack up your meta gem effect, the one that gives you the crit effect or movement speed on a, like, Blood Decay, which is slow or something like that. So stacking that up is good. And in the case of the Stamina Gem is a weird one. Some people swear by it. I would say if you are going for the move speed meta, it can be worth it, maybe, just because the value provided to you by gems currently is very low. If you're going for the critical effect gem, I think in most cases, the extra critical effect will not be worth just losing out on a bunch of stats. And it's such a trivial amount of stamina that it will never mean the difference between life or death. So really, the only reason to run a Stamina Gem is to get additional move speed from your meta gem. But that's like Blood Decay I guess, like, you could also argue that for healers that run the mana gem, like, maybe a Resto Shaman in raids could run a stamina gem because it'll give them a slightly higher mana pool through their Blasphemite. Maybe? In other situations, I would not. Never really recommend running that. Also, this is just not farming. This is insane. I could try just applying to groups. I do have score for almost everything. Like, overall, this is not terrible score to just start apping to groups. I'd probably get accepted. My Evoker was, like, only 1600 rating, and I queued up for some 10s earlier today, and I got accepted, so. Hello, Vicata. Good to see you. Keystone Hero is 2.5k. Technically speaking, for the purposes of this challenge, I'm doing... It's not technically Keystone Hero, I'm actually doing all 10s, which is a little bit beyond that. In practice, it ends up coming out to around, like, 2600, give or take. Realistically speaking, I usually end closer to, like, 2680 or 2700, because a lot of times I'll do, like, a plus 12, which will give me more score. So, it's a little bit beyond Keystone Hero, but I'm just going by Keystone Hero because it's simpler for, you know, easier to understand in titles. Yeah, basically like old Keystone Hero. They've changed the names up a little bit. Or Keystone Master is probably what you're thinking of. Keystone Master for a while was like the highest one. Then they added Keystone Hero. I forget when they added Keystone Hero. And then they just recently added Keystone Legend, which is 3k. It was 10s on all dungeons then? Yeah. Well, there have been times when, if you get a 10 on every single dungeon, it translates to the exact score. But right now, it's just the way that the math works out with how they've done the score. It's technically a little bit beyond 2500. Legend is just sweating. Well, I've already committed to do Keystone Legend on some characters. So, I'm going to do Keystone Legend on Prop Pally and Brewmaster just because I'm, like, literally 20 rating off it on Prop Pally already. So, that's more of just a formality. And I like playing Brewmaster, so I'll do that at some point just for fun. And I have committed to doing Keystone Legend for Blood DK and Prez Evoker, because I feel that I need more practice in those specs. Like, I did well in the Blood DK keys. You know, it was... Like, I know how to play all the tanks, so the keys went fine, but the Blood DK keys were probably the most stressful out of all of the tank ones that I've done. And when it comes to tanking, I hold myself to, like, a higher standard. You know, I'd like to think I'm really fucking good at tanking. So, obviously, for the healers and stuff, just the fact that I'm able to, like, keep my head above water in a lot of these keys, I'm happy with, because I've never really healed before. I played Resto Shaman a little bit Season 1, and the last time I healed before that is, like, years and years ago. So I'm really learning how to heal Mythic Plus kind of for the first time around this challenge, so I'm just happy that I'm able to get this stuff done. The bar is low for me. Prez Evoker is the one that I'm going to push myself a little bit more with, because I feel like I want to learn it better. Like Discipline Priest, I feel like I get it, right? Am I playing Disc perfectly? Probably not, but I understand fundamentally how to play it. And, you know, maybe I'll change my mind by the end of this challenge, but Prez Evoker, I feel like I have the most to learn, so I want to really force myself to learn it. I find it to be a little bit more fun than Disc, if I'm being honest. You sweated and bled, and you're a legend. Yeah. You're literally leveling your Blood DK to 80 right now. Nice. Blood is very fun, yeah, it's just very stressful in keys. Let's just YOLO apply to some groups. Let's see. Let me fix the filters. So, Cinder Brew and Motherload. Healer role available. No priest already in group. Hello. I'm probably not going to get accepted, but I mean, fuck it, shoot your shot, right? Stasis broke your mind. Prez is very different from all the other healers, yeah. But that's kind of why I like it. Because I feel like, you know, Disc, like I said, I fucked up the ramp every now and then, but like on paper, I get Disc Priest. It's not like that complicated. If I were to try to learn it on like, you know, in raids, the raid ramp looks very difficult. That would take me some time to adjust to. But overall, like, the main thing that I've struggled with is like I feel a little bit squishier playing Disc than some other healers, but that's just like, you know, practice. And every now and then I fuck up my ramp, right? I probably should be using Powered Barrier a little bit more proactively than I have been. Sometimes I should probably spot heal instead of just, you know, continuing to do my, like, atonement shit. So there are definitely things that I can improve on, but, like, I understand it. Prez took me a while to really get. I feel like I kind of get it now, and I've been doing well, but yeah, it's tough. Like, Stasis is definitely an interesting cooldown for sure. But, like, I feel like I've been making really good use of Stasis in a lot of the keys that I've been doing. There's been a lot of different things that I've seen. It kind of depends a little bit. Sometimes I just kind of throw together, like, a Stasis on the fly if I know I need something, but usually if I have time to plan, I'll Stasis a Temporal Anomaly, a Verdant Embrace, and then I'll just charge up, like, a rank 5 Spirit Bloom. Because usually, if there is, like, massive damage coming out, I can completely negate it with that Stasis. Because then I just, boom, like, jump on top of the group, do the Stasis, it does the little bubble, life binds everybody, and then, you know, when everybody's life binded and you have a fully charged Spirit Bloom, it's just going to blast everybody straight to max health. So, that has been kind of my go-to. There's definitely some things I need to be a little bit better on with Prez, but I feel like I've gotten a lot of practice. The main thing that I struggle with a little bit on Prez is, like, triage healing. The really big burst windows, I think I've kind of gotten now. That I'm fine with, but obviously the limited range on certain fights makes it really tricky. Like, if I can't hit everybody with Temporal Anomaly, that could be kind of tough. I've kind of worked that out in some cases, but the really big one is, like, a few people are taking, you know, constant damage, but it's not across the entire group, and, you know, I can't really commit to, you know, use my Verdant Embrace on them because they're, like, you know, there's gonna be a big period of burst damage, and I need to have Verdant Embrace to, like, blast the group up to full. So in cases like that, I've gotten better at, you know, spot healing there, but it's weird. It's really weird. A lot of times what I'll do is I'll like, try to, like, pre-echo people, and then when a few people start getting hit, I'll, like, you know, reversion on 2 of them. And then, it doubles the reversion on a bunch of them, and they all get, like, good healing. It's interesting. You've yet to wrap your mind around the binding stuff. It's pretty cool. I really like the idea of it. Because it basically, the bread and butter of Prez healing is when you Verdant Embrace somebody, it does life binds, and life binds will mimic 40% of the healing done to one target to the other. And the nice thing is when you echo Verdant Embrace, it applies life bind to any target that Verdant Embrace gets echoed onto. So, if you have Echo on everybody, then they all get life bind, then any healing that you do to yourself is echoed 40% onto literally every other person. Then, obviously, if there's splash healing on somebody else, then it gets echoed onto everybody else. So, it kind of, like, it scales your healing really well. You're able to do tremendous burst healing. And I've talked to, one of the healers in my guild who is really good at Prez. Like, I've talked to him about this and asked him questions about how it plays in Raid. And he said, like, if you set it up properly in Raid, if you get your echoes out on, like, pretty much the entire Raid, there's things you can do where you can pretty consistently get an echo out on, like, 15 people. You, like, Temporal Anomaly, then do a bunch of manual echoes on people, do another Temporal Anomaly, then you have Echo on, like, 15 people, you Verdant Embrace yourself, you put Life Bind on, like, 15 people, and then usually you play Flame Shaper and Raid, so then you just blast Engulfs into yourself. You do, like, Engulf, Dream Breath, and you're just blasting healing into yourself, you also, your mastery is always active. So your mastery is like when your target's health is like lower than yours, they get increased healing, but your mastery is always active if you self-heal. So you're getting the full benefit of your mastery on self-heals, and then it mimics that massive overhealing burst onto the entire raid, so then it's really good. It's basically like, Prez has a lot of like overheal mitigation stuff. So they're able to do tremendous burst healing. It's really good. How do you get Echo on everyone? The orb barely hits the tank. Well, that is tricky. I have had some keys where, yeah, people just do not want to play around my range, and it's rough. The short answer is a lot of times you do kind of need to skill shot it. And yeah, I've also been playing Chrono and Mythic Plus. I was more talking about like the potential of Flame Shaper and raids, from what I've been told. I haven't tried it myself. But a lot of times I do need to manually move myself to skill shot an orb through a bunch of people. I'll try to like, I'll look at where everybody's standing, and I'll see if I can make like a line that connects everybody, and I'll run over to one person, shoot an orb through them, and then if there are like two different range standing out in the middle of nowhere, you say mages and hunters, I've had more issue with balanced druids. It's always a balanced druid that's just out in Africa, just doing their own thing, completely ignoring the fact that I have limited range. And then after I throw my temporal anomaly, then I manually run over and echo that person. And it can be really rough. Like on King Mechagon, it's really tough. On the final boss of Rookery, it's really tough. Especially if people are just kind of fucking you over and just standing out in the middle of nowhere. Like, at a certain point, honestly, though, it's on them. Like, if you are standing in the middle of, like, the Rookery boss, and there is a hunter on one of the sides, all the way in the back corner, like, that fucking idiot's just gonna die, and it's entirely on him. You know, there's not really a lot that you can do about that. You know, at a certain point, he's gonna realize, oh shit, I'm at 20%, I'm not getting healed, and, you know, his 2 brain cells will, like, fire off, and he'll realize he needs to run closer to you. So sometimes that's just how it goes. It's always on hunterds, yeah. Practically punched your monitor when you couldn't fit 2 people into a 90-degree breath, yeah. A lot of times I don't worry about it too much, especially because if you can hit, like, Dream Breath always hits you. So if you can hit 2 people into it, like, usually, I mean, you can usually fit, like, 2. Even if you're only hitting 1, if you have your life bind out on everybody, then usually that should be enough, right? Yeah. Definitely. You can't heal stupid. Let's apply to some more groups. Let's see. Well, there's 2 workshop groups. Surely I get accepted to one of these. Like, there's no fucking way. It's a +10. +10, discreased, hello. Okay, well, they got another discreased there. I'm just gonna search 10 to 10, because, yeah, I'm probably not gonna get accepted into a... Try Priory. Crazy that I got into more groups on my fucking Evoker with less IO. I'm on a fucking Disc Priest. Like, hello? Hello? What the fuck are you waiting for? Really? Alright. Jesus, dude. Why is this one down at the bottom? Look. Try, I guess. It's 10 rookery. That looks like bait. One at least has a tank. Jesus. I'll be honest, I did not think it was going to take that long to find a group. Whatever. What's my floodgate score? 2? Okay, this will give me good score. I might try to get a workshop for the last one, just so I have that score taken care of. We'll see. Like, I could always just lower my key to a 10, and it will probably be easier to find people, but I don't really want to do that. We have another question about Dev Evoker. I'm not familiar enough with Dev Evoker to answer any serious questions. Yeah, I've no idea for that. I honestly, outside of what I know about like Prez Flameshaper in raids, from what the healer in my guild told me earlier, I don't really know much about Flameshaper, and I know absolutely fuck all about Dev Evoker Flameshaper. I've only ever played Scale Commander Dev Evoker, so unfortunately I do not know. Yeah, I've heard Flameshaper's better. I mean, at least in raid. Does Dev Evoker play Scale Commander at M+ still? I have no idea. I haven't really looked into it. Like, I know the basics of Dev Evoker, but I will say like, as a rule of thumb, I don't know the interaction between Flameshaper and Fire Breath. Like, I don't know about Flameshaper. But when I last played Dev Evoker, I recall that you usually, in the vast majority of cases, wanted to use rank 1 Fire Breath.
4, 3,
just because there was no real advantage
1.
to holding it for longer. Like, you don't really gain that much damage. Now, don't quote me on that. It might have changed, right? And, like, for instance, Preservation, a lot of times as Prez, you, well, that being said, on AoE, right, you do want to have a longer Fire Breath because your Living Flame hits more targets. Same actually applies to Prez, so that's more for single target. But your question was for single target, which is why. But yeah.
PIRPQ.
Guy's getting fucking dicked down. I'm fucking press a defensive, brother. There's no way he's playing Prop Heli correctly. There's no reason why Prop Heli should ever be taking that much damage on this pull. This pull does not hit very hard. Oh my god. Oh my god, no he's not. Look at that. Look at his Empyrean Hammer damage. Oh my god, he's butchering Templar. What is he doing?
Is transcendent. Share in it.
For any non-prop heli knowers, Empyrean Hammer is your #1 overall on, like, literally any pull. So, for it to be that low, something has gone wrong. Something has gone very wrong. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I didn't even, like... I didn't process it, but you are correct that, yeah, it looks like the PI sound is fixed. So, good shit. My god, guy's just standing and wind up. Oh, I'm gonna have a heart attack. Someone's macro is broken? Oh, I just saw... I look at party chat and I just see cast Sigil of Flame, cast Sigil of Flame. Oh, God. Oh my god. What just fucking blasted me, dude? I'm gonna be getting all these as a priest, apparently.
PIRPQ.
Alright, buddy. You're PI'd. Go cast some Sigil of Flames. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Even if it was / cast Sigil of Flame, how would that even work? That would just... It wouldn't even do anything.
A gift of
Oh my god. What the funny thing is, what you guys also don't see is he's not just pressing it once, he's literally fucking mashing it. Every single time that happens, there's just a wall of that in chat. It's just a wall of cast Sigil Flame. Like, literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. Oh my god. That's too good. We're gonna wait for, like, the cinematic boss approach or some shit. I don't know what he's waiting on. I fucked that up a little bit. It's fine. I didn't actually mean to paint up him, but kind of works.
PIRPQ.
Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, I thought they were about to let the cast go off, and I was like, finger on the trigger for fucking evangelism. Alright, are they... Nope, no. Not a single CC. Yep, okay, we're letting Maximum Distortion go off. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Oh, fuck me. I shouldn't have greeted that cast. God, dude, can this stop fucking targeting me constantly? Holy shit. What? As Havoc damage? Ah!
My power
Ow! How is this group so fucking bad? Literally can fucking double jump over it! How did he literally picked the one fucking spot in the room? Ugh. What is this masterclass of Havoc stupidity? I don't know. It's something, that's for fucking sure. I oh, the fucking sigil of flame. Holy shit. It's too good, dude. On behalf of all Havoc DHs, you apologize. Apology accepted. Holy fuck. It's awkward.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Are we gonna... No. Okay. Right. Look, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like maybe we shouldn't be relying on the Disc Priest to get every single set of orb breaks. Maybe we can, I don't know. Crazy thought. Shockwave, Chaos Nova, fucking Radiance, whatever the fuck that, you know, the fucking shining thing. Or, I don't know, like, when I get 9 out of 10 orbs, and there's one left. Unfortunately, I'm playing the only fucking class in the game without a kit. But maybe, God forbid, you know, one of the other 4 people in this fucking dungeon group can spare a single fucking interrupt spell to get the one remaining orb. Just a thought. Just a fucking thought. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, no, DH has like a fucking million things, but I don't really think we're relying on Cast Sigil Flame dipshit over here to be able to get the CCs, but, you know, you would hope that at least somebody else can do it. Really? Really? I have to get all of them again? I have to get all of them again? I have to get every single fucking one of them? Dude, Get me out. Get me out. What the fuck is this, dude? Oh, I didn't even think of Belfracial. Yeah, and this guy is a Blood Elf. You're fucking right. Yeah, Arcane Torrent. Holy shit, good point. This guy's extra turbo ass. God damn. I forgot that actually worked. This gets so fucking crazy that the warrior is literally standing in flamethrower, and during my burst window, I'm actually just able to keep him fully topped. Standing in that. How fucking crazy is this spec?
Well, well, what have we here?
Okay, now he's just standing in a shredder. Yeah, no. Actually, the funny thing is, one Vakata, if this guy is playing Colossus, which, okay, in fairness, he's not. I thought he was Arms. He's Furi. So in that case, yeah, it is 45 seconds. On Colossus, it's actually lower than that. Technically, there is a talent that I think it's even lower than 45 seconds if he's running it. He's not running Rumbling Earth. Okay, well... Can't say I'm surprised he's running none of the good CC talents, but... There are many cases where Warrior can actually CC every single orb set if you're playing Colossus with Rumbling Earth. DH can Purge? Yeah, admittedly, that one I would never count on him to be able to do that. But Chaos Nova literally... Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm gonna have to run in and get this. Yep, yep. But still 2 went off! I literally had to run into melee at the fucking priest to get that fucking set. But, yeah. Still 2 went off. Fucking ends my life. Do we think he's gonna...
PIRPQ.
Fuck that guy, he's not getting my PI. I probably should have PI'd the warrior, but... In the moment, when I was looking for a proper PI target, my brain was just like, okay, who can I pick that is not the Demon Hunter? And that's what I came up with. Are we serious? Are we serious here? We're gonna...
My power.
Oh my god, dude. I mean, that one at least doesn't matter. Would have been nice, but it's not the CDR one, so... Okay. As long as we're just doing divers, this is fine. I'm actually curious, is he using Sigil Flame at all? I actually don't think he's using Sigil Flame at all. I don't... Does he even realize that he's not using Sigil Flame? Okay, he is using it. So, something in his macro is working well enough to let him use Sigil Flame.
PIRPQ.
A gift of power.
He's clicking the spell on his bar. Idiot. Okay, that one was kind of my fault, but also they should have played around that. Okay, note to self, their brains cannot fucking play around that, I'm gonna bait really far out here. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh, please get the last one, please, please! Oh, Avengers Shield from downtown!
PIRPQ.
You have to leave? Unlucky. Regardless, I appreciate you stopping by the stream. Alright. Oh my god! Don't die on me, bitch! Oh, alright, we're good. That fucking warrior. Magnetically attracted to those fucking waves, I tell you. That was reckless and irresponsible? What I did was reckless and irresponsible? The only thing I did that was definitely... I baited the charge. I wasn't thinking about it, but it was a little bit too far forward. So they panicked, and some of them tried to go right. Which technically would have been the correct call. Oh, what they did. Yeah, leaving it. Fair, 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 fair. Oh, shit. I think my... I fucked that up, actually. Fine. But some of my atonements fell off. are you? You're LOS from me, bitch. Oh my god, this warrior. Oh, why are you eating the bubbles? They still do damage, piece of shit. Oh, I'm gonna have a heart attack, dude. Into this fucking shit. Why is the paladin dead? Why are you dying? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, thank God the Demon Hunter did it! Oh my god, he did something. It's a miracle. Holy shit. Shit. Why? Why? Is he just standing and shit? There's... He has to have just eaten a surprise inspection to the face. Like, how is this paladin taking so much fucking damage, dude? Don't get it. Like, he's hitting Word of Glory at least, but... Fuck me. "99% of healers wouldn't have gone to break that." I mean, yeah. I would not trust any pug healer to do that. But, I mean, then again, I can't trust any pugs to do fucking anything. No matter what I'm playing, I need to be able to do literally everything by myself in pugs, because... Fucking hell.
PIRPQ.
Why are you dying?
A gift of power.
Soon I shall have the power I require. You dare question me? Thanks, annihilation. It's working. It's working. Try and die. You dare pit your wits against mine?
Dude.
PIRPQ.
fuck.
For now.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I kind of played out of my fucking mind on that boss. Holy shit, dude. The fucking orbs are going off over here, the paladin steals my puddle, so I have to fucking run across the room with my fucking feather to CC, and then ramp in time to keep everybody alive. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm kind of proud of that one. That was fucking ridiculous. Oh, man. Fucking hell. Yeah, that was insane. If you guys are ever wondering how to spot a dogshit prop paladin tank, look at their damage breakdown. If Empyrean Hammer is not their #1 damage overall, they're fucking shit. So, yeah, this guy has no fucking clue what he's doing. I think technically speaking, like, it's broken in 2 here, so it's probably close to top, but it should be higher. Like, the one that looks like the light guy, like, screaming with his arms out, like, that one's usually my top overall. I don't know what the fuck this guy's doing. That is... That was certainly a key. How many deaths do we even have? I think... Not many, yeah. That was the Sonic Boom death, where he just, like, literally put his back against the wall and just ate shit. Yeah, he just took the frontal to the face, took a bubble to the face, yeah. I had 0 deaths on my watch, because all those deaths are people, like, you know, literally just eating shit. Hammer's the one swirling around you or hanging on top of the enemy. The one hanging on top of the enemy, that's execution sentence. That's a retribution thing. The one swirling around you, so there's 2 different types of hammers that swirl around you. There's divine hammers, that's also a retribution thing. That's like a maintenance spender that they use. And then there's blessed hammers. That's the main generator for prop heli. It's neither one of those. So, what you're thinking of might be, where is it? Blessed hammer over here, which is kind of high, but whatever. As for, yeah, it's fine for an M+ key. Yeah, it is technically his top overall when it's combined, like here on details, but it should still be a lot higher. Like, his damage is fucking shit. Yeah, that's... Not to mention, I mean, that guy was getting absolutely clobbered nonstop the entire key. There's no real easy way to check, because, like, his self-healing, like, is fine. He's using Word of Glory. He had how many casts? 36? Fine. I don't know exactly how many I would have across an entire key. Hard to really say. But he definitely was not using his defensives properly, because prop heli is heavily reliant on defensives, because prop heli gets ridiculous CDR, so you have really high uptime on Guardian of Ancient Kings, and, like, I think that's one of the reasons why new players probably struggle with it, because a lot of times you're used to, like, saving your CDs as an oh shit button. A lot of tanks kind of work like that now, though, where you have really high uptime on, like, major defensives. Like, Prot Warrior has insanely high uptime on Shield Wall, for instance, especially with, like, the new tier set bonuses. But Prop Heli gets so much CDR on Ardent Defender, Guardian of Ancient Kings, even Bubble. And mind you, Bubble is a defensive cooldown. Bubble is your strongest defensive cooldown, because Bubble Taunt is run in every M+ build. You do a gigantic pull, you're taking insane damage. You can literally just hit Bubble, you're taking no damage. A lot of times, I'll hit Bubble on my Prop Heli, and then I'll start using my Word of Glories to heal other people, to help the healer out. Because I don't need it. And then the moment Bubble fades, I'm coming out of it with, like, a Guardian of Ancient Kings or something. So, I'm extremely durable in my Prop Heli. But that guy was just getting fucking blasted non-stop. So he definitely was not using it properly. I also, like, that's the thing, it's so hard to see without, like, you know, if I had logs in replay. But he was getting clobbered by, like, Swamp Face's blasts. A lot of times, especially in keys, you can delay Eye of Tear a little bit to get the damage reduction effect. And, like, for Swamp Face, I always stagger Eye of Tear a little bit. Worst case scenario, like, if you're playing properly, you should be able to maintain full uptime even with that on your Empyrean Hammer window. Well, Shake the Heavens is what the buff is called. That's what causes this. Basically, the way that this works is after you use Hammer of Light, it gives you a buff called Shake the Heavens, and then every 2 seconds, a hammer drops down, an Empyrean Hammer, and when you use Shield of the Righteous, it gives you another hammer. When you use Judgment and Hammer of Wrath, it extends the duration of Shake the Heavens, so then you get more hammers overall. And especially with the tier set bonus, where you get tons of refunds when it procs on Shield of the Righteous, you're able to get like 1 million Empyrean Hammers. And generally, you get enough resets on Judgment to maintain pretty much 100% uptime on Shake the Heavens, because by the time your first one has fallen off, you've either gotten your free proc of Hammer of Light, or Eye of Tears back off cooldown, and you can manually reactivate it. How did that go? We finished the key. We timed it. You missed the last boss where I had to do some crazy shit on that final boss to keep everybody alive. That was definitely one of the prouder moments for me on healer, but it was rough, man. Let me tell you. Yeah, I will admit, credit where it's due. He is not the worst prop heli I've ever seen. Like, I have seen prop helis that literally just get pancaked and, like, the key is bricked. He still managed to time the key, but, like, I don't know, man. If I was on my Prez Evoker, he probably would have been in trouble. Like, spot healing is not as good on that. Disc is just kind of fucking nuts, and I mean, I basically kept Paints Up on him on cooldown, so, yeah. And constant Power Word Shield for all the major hits. Yeah, with it, Prez, he might have genuinely been in trouble. On the 2 guys before the final boss, his health hit, like, I think, like, 1% or something. I didn't even see any color in his health bar. Anyways. Man, what the fuck? YouTube. It's interesting that people are actually now regularly watching the stream archive thing. There's more viewers on YouTube than there are on Twitch. That is not common. It's kind of funny, because at first I was just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna multi-stream to YouTube, because, like, then it automatically gets preserved as a VOD, so I don't need to manually upload it, but decent amount of people watching here. Hello to YouTube people. 1 second. Psst, psst, psst. The night, he'll venture over to my room, roll around on the floor because he wants attention. Such an attention-starved kitty you are. Let me scroll up and see if I missed anything. Because I saw that there were some messages around the start of the key. Yeah, I missed that. Dusty Dave said, I've just started a priest. You have an issue where you hit 80, you do a few delves, you start a new character. What am I actually supposed to do to get further into the game? So that's a good question. There's no easy answer to that. I guess, so Dusty Dave, I don't know if you're still here. Apologies that an answer like that, I probably wouldn't have been able to give in the middle of a key anyway, because that is definitely a more involved topic. I would say the short answer is, it really heavily depends on what your goals are in the game. Because I think for a lot of people, there are a lot of people who don't really care about progressing further into the game, and they're satisfied doing delves. Now, admittedly, doesn't seem like that's your case, because you're asking, how do you get further into the game? But then I would say, you know, what are you looking to do? Are you looking to push M+? Are you looking to do raids? There's a lot of different things that you could do. I would say, general rule of thumb, right? If you're looking to get into PvE stuff, then kind of no matter how you slice it, you're going to have to do a bunch of keys. You don't necessarily need to raid if you just want to spam M+, but if you want to raid, you do need to run M+. That it is basically required. I say basically, for any serious guild, it is literally required. Now, obviously, you're not going to be joining, like, a super hardcore serious guild right out of the gate, but that's another thing, right? I would say the probably number one answer I could give you is find a guild. So, you know, look for a guild that matches what you're looking to get out of the game. So if you want to get into raiding, well, find a guild that's, I would say, probably start, depending on how much effort you're willing to put in, you could probably start off jumping straight into, like, a guild that's getting AOTC. Because I think the average, like, AOTC guild likely has a lot of trouble with the roster boss, because being an AOTC guild, in air quotes, is like a guild that's not interested in pushing Mythic. In this day and age, those guilds are going to struggle to maintain a roster, because it's kind of a dying breed. Most people are doing Mythic these days, or at least trying to. But there are some guilds that are, like, you know, dead set on getting AOTC, and that's their end game. So if you're really trying to get into raiding, I would say joining one of those that's willing to help you learn is probably your best first step. Because if, like, basically, if I was the leader of an AOTC-only guild, I would love it if somebody was like, hey, I'm willing to try and learn. Now, keep in mind, right, obviously you're going to have to put in the effort, right? If you join a guild and people are trying to help you and you go in there and you, like, gray parse nonstop week after week after week, eventually most people will have a limit. But I think the vast majority of, like, you know, helpful guilds like that will try to teach you. What are you doing? What are you eating? Trying to eat garbage? Would appreciate it if you don't try to eat garbage. And this cat. Crazy cat. But yeah, I would say you'd like, for me to give a more detailed answer, you'd have to elaborate a little bit. Then you wanna come up here and watch? Wanna jump up? Every now and then he climbs onto the... There's, like, I have a dresser near my computer desk. He'll climb up on top of it and then, like, watch me play. There was, in particular, when I was streaming the Blood DK run, I posted the picture in my Discord. He climbed up and was watching, and there was a stag who was, like, running around on my screen, and he, like, literally tried to climb up and, like, swat at the screen, at the stag. Because he's a little goofball. Yeah. You're a goofy little kitty. Let's see. If I can find... Trying to tell me that I should be a cheetah? I wasn't even playing a druid. I was playing Blood DK. He was just swatting at a random stag. Like a yellow mob that was just standing in the middle of nowhere. What belly rubs? Is that it? Damn it. I'm trying to, like... I'm, like, hunched over, because he's sitting on the floor. So I'm, like, with my left hand... petting the crazy kitty. Right hand trying to... this. Yeah. All right. Because I know how his brain works. And if I stop petting him, if I stop paying attention to him, he's gonna start biting my foot. You love animals? Yeah. I love my cat. Cute little guy. Obviously, I love my dogs, too. $9K away with blood DK from 80? That's like... Yeah, like you said, that's basically one quest. One quest, one pit battle. I have to be insanely picky to not invite my priests at this point. Jesus, dude. I kind of want to do workshop, honestly, just so I could get score for that. Like, the fact that I don't have a workshop completed on this character, it's like, who gives a shit? Like, oh, I've healed a 12. Gee, I wonder if I can do a 10 workshop. I can literally see my main score. The nice thing is, my main score now shows as my Resto Shaman score. Because even though my Prop Heli has higher score, it's, some of the dungeons were done before I name changed my Pally. Like, right at the start of the season. So it's not actually counted. So Raider.io doesn't track it. But in cases like this, it works out well, because now it looks like my main is a healer. So, while we're doing the healers, that'll make things a little bit easier. Bedfin. Where did we put that? Will I form? Go find that. Ben, look. A little birdie. Oh. It's a little birdie. Look. It's flying. Oh. Oh, he's looking at it. Oh. Are you gonna try to get the birdie? We had... I'm sure that it's somewhere, but I used to have, like, a cat bed that I had on my desk. But I don't know where it is. Main reason I stopped using it is because half the time he doesn't actually sit on the cat bed.
To prevent my father from eradicating all organic life,
He likes sitting on the floor instead.
into his subterranean fortress city. Luckily, the flying mechanical terror
Sand Lane or
that controls this
Deathbringer
region
for a
has a
beginner
control module
DK?
that can open the
So,
gates.
right now, on Blood DK, Sand Lane is just the best for everything.
But disabling its remote
Deathbringer...
should render it vulnerable.
Deathbringer is definitely easier to understand. The main thing about Deathbringer is it does more
Sensors to detect them when
burst AoE.
So we're gonna root around through the garbage.
How do I put it? It does
It may not even be there.
front-loaded AoE. I don't know if I'd say burst, because, like, it is bursty, but Sand Lane is also really good burst. But Sand Lane is more about, like, it amplifies your own damage.
assessment is accurate.
Deathbringer just does, like, procs that do big scythes. Deathbringer is pretty cool, admittedly. The other thing about Deathbringer is, on one hand, it's nice for learning Blood, because it basically makes it so, your bone shields is kind of just up all the time. You just get, like, ridiculous bone shield charges playing that. That being said, I would argue that if you really plan on playing Blood DK, it's almost a little bit of a crutch, right? Because then if you are too reliant on getting back bone shield charges from Deathbringer, when you actually want to learn Sand Lane, which, again, is really good, then it's going to take some adjustment to make sure that you're not, like, fucking up your bone shield and doing, like, Tombstone into
5, 4,
Bone
3,
Storm and then leaving
2,
yourself with 0 charges
1.
and taking, like, a bunch of unmitigated hits. Alright, Finn, I got a game now. I can't give you more pets. Good boy. He's watching, though. He's off to my left, right behind my microphone.
In order to stop my father, we need to infiltrate the city itself. And that means passing through the Robodrome.
Oh my god.
P.I. no Himi.
Wait, what's this? Some surface dwellers have unwittingly stolen a word of caution to anyone sitting in the splash zone. Watch out for blood!
Honestly, this is definitely where I should use all my pain subs, because there isn't much other damage that really would be a concern. Finn is transfixed. He's, like, hunched over, his eyes are, like, darting around, watching me. I think he likes all the flashing lights. Dragon Bro is pumping. Yeah, they're doing pretty good. I mean, to be fair, though, on an AoE pull like that, it's hard not to. He also, in fairness, some of that is my damage, because I did give him PI. So the Hunter didn't even get PI, and beat him, barely. Big yawn. Big yawn.
And no mercy for you! Let's get mobilized!
The city's entrance is located just past this arena. You must hold your ground until we can clear a path to it.
No sweat, pal! I'm putting 20 large on no mercy! If I can't bet on a should,
P.I. Mon Light.
Alright. Weakora has spoken. The dragon got flipped, and Finn, like, his eyes shot up. He was, like, watching the dragon, I think. Oh, he's leaving. Unlucky. It was nice having you over here, Finn. Okay, they just let 3 of those go off. I kind of knew that I wasn't going to be able to make it there inside. Is leaving the keys bricked? Yeah. I don't have my moral support now. My god, this guy's getting fucking blasted. Oh shit. Oh my god.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Pi no Himi.
I'm not gonna PI. This is almost dead. That wasn't too bad.
But we're still throwing them out with the trash. Trash, trash,
I missed the 3rd saw. Yeah. Cats act like stoned friends. It's a good description, honestly. Oh my god, dude. Jesus. Jesus Christ!
Pi mon light.
Dude, I'm stuck! Help me, step bro. Oh my god. The fuck do okay. I can jump out. Nice. Where the fuck are we going?
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Dude, what? What in the ever-loving fuck is this? This is not a pull that you ever do. Yeah, okay. Casually fucking 2.3 mil HPS, sure. Yeah, that one, I'm gonna be honest,
Pi mon light.
I don't know if that is a thing that Preservoker would have been able to do. That one I might have struggled with a little bit.
A gift
Oh, please get these. Please get these. Oh, no. No! Oh, no! Oh! Oh, fuck, dude. Holy shit. Well, I'm amazed that we lived that, but...
A gift of power.
Nice! Good pain death. Gonna hit the box.
P I know Himi.
Ah, shit.
It'll take me weeks to rebuild him.
Dude, look at the DK go. I guess he has DA, so it makes it a little bit easier on him. I was ready to leap of faith somebody if, anybody fell, but thankfully nobody did. I'm slow as fuck.
Excessive levels of flesh detected.
Attention, citizens. Please remain in your domiciles. Guards are currently en route to quell the disturbance.
P I'm on light.
A gift of power.
Fuck off, squirrel.
So, you dismantled a few of my lesser inventions. So, you possess a modicum of skill. It will prove insufficient against my newest prototype.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
fucking everything around here, man. And I remember one of the hunters I played with at the start of the season, every single time we did workshop, she would insist that hunters can outrange that stupid fucking, you know, cone ability. And every single key would stand out there, outrange like the first two, then fuck up, trying to like inch in a little bit closer and die. And every single key did the same thing, insisting that, oh, but hunters can do it. It's like, I get that technically they can do it, but like, why? There's no advantage, and you die every time.
Warning. Excessive levels of flesh.
Do not allow these bots to detect you. Remaining within the steam will shield you from their
Fuck me, dude. Aww.
Warning. Excessive levels of flesh detected. Warning.
This fucking thing. I could, like, hard grief somebody here with Leap of Faith, huh? I'm not going to. I won't let the
I'm on
intrusive
light.
thoughts win this time. Oh my god, dude.
A gift.
Are we just... We're just not gonna... Jesus, it took forever to target swap to that thing. Honestly, I was thinking maybe I'm wasting my ramp a little bit. But... Oh my god, this paladin.
A gift of power.
P. Inohimi.
Okay, I mean... I literally pain supped him, and he panic hovered into the... I think that's what happened. I think he panic hovered into a beam. Either that or a fire swirly. I did literally everything in my power to save that fucker. I'm actually kind of annoyed at him for dying. Like, how fucking dare you? I used pain sup on you.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
died too.
My misguided son returns. I'm impressed you made it this far. You are no longer
Yeah, literally that is exactly what happened. He got hit by the beam. I pain supped him, was starting to heal him. He panic hovered straight into the beam in front of him again. Dude. Oh my god.
P. no Himi.
So disappointed. Oh my god, this fucking evoker. Just let the squirrel fucking hit you so that it stops moving. See. Okay. What? Oh! That's what he wants? You do that? I've never seen this Mindsooth skipped. I guess it's possible. Alright. I've literally never seen that done.
I'm on light.
I also don't know why he said CC instead of fucking Mindsuit, but... Sure. I figured it out.
Of power.
witness perfection. You cannot elude my targeting system.
That's an embarrassing one.
My targeting system.
Come on, get up, you idiot.
Activating
There's no way! Oh my god, dude, why would...
My power.
Who was cheering for the evoker earlier in the key? Who was the one that said, man, that evoker is pumping? This is the guy you're rooting for here. So you regret your decisions.
cannot elude my targeting system.
I no Himi.
Yeah, no, I don't think I will. I think I'm gonna...
You cannot elude my targeting system.
Dude.
Activating cannot elude my targeting system.
Nice.
You think you have defeated me? Fools! All you have done is dismantle a piece of furniture. You wish to test my
Just walks into it. Oh, thank God it was the tank, dude.
cannon fully charged.
Please, please get the orbs. Please get the orbs. Alright, 2 stats.
P I'm on light.
Probably should have saved PI, come to think of it. So the boss is taking less damage. But, you know, whatever.
Cannon fully charged.
Oh, my guy is fucking swinging that shit around. Oh my god.
All power to weapons.
My power.
Magnetic cannon fully charged.
Jammed a little bit. DK stood in my fucking beam. Idiot. Oh my god. Finish the key in an ultimate penitence. Just to look cool. Jesus Christ, that last boss is... It wasn't, like, the hardest one to heal, but it's so stressful because anybody can just get fucking blasted at any moment. A nice
So
warbound.
has my father. You have my gratitude, heroes. Know that King Mechagon's vision of the world is not one my people share. We must now focus on rebuilding. But if you ever require our assistance, you need only request it.
Huh. This partnership wasn't that bad. Reminds me how profitable working with you Alliance mooks can be.
Thanks to Team
Ladies and gentlemen, we're giving a break for an announcement from our sponsors since the boss is too much DR. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, that dog pull was fucking demonic, man. I feel like I did a pretty good job healing that. I mean, I didn't let a single person die. The only deaths were to one-shots, and it was all the Evoker. He got one shot twice in the final boss, and once on the Machinist Garden. But I'm very happy with how I did that key. Got the chest, true. I put in some fucking heavy lifting there. The Blood DK... Oh my god, I only just looked at his damage. What the fuck is he doing? What is this overall? This is the lowest damage Blood DK I've ever seen! 58 Vampiric Strikes across the entire key? Where's Heartstrike? This is less than 100 Heartstrike casts? Across the entire key? What? What? The blood is life. The blood is not life. Oh my god, there's no way this is right. There's no way. How did he do such little damage? I don't understand. What the fuck? I mean, at least he pressed Deathstrike a lot. I didn't have to heal him that much. I did throw a lot of Power Word shields on him, and I pain supped him a few times, but he definitely was not the pain point. I was not paying attention to his damage, but that is incredible. That's the worst blood decay I've ever seen. Holy fuck. Hold on, I got it for reference, right? Let's look at this. 58 Vampiric Strike casts. 36 Heart Strike casts. I probably have the details window from, like, whatever the last key I did on my blood decay. Just for reference. Because that is obscenely low. Unbelievably low. Oh, man. Can the Lich King fuck off? He keeps bombarding me with his shit quests every 5 seconds. I know what you mean. Okay, yeah. So, you know, difference, right, in damage. This guy did 600k overall in his key. I did 2.3 million. 253 Vampiric Strike casts across a key. And then Heart Strike down here, 148. What's the math on that? I think I had, like, at least 3 times his Heart Strike / Vampiric Strike casts. How the fuck? What do you even press as blood? Like, what is he pressing? Is he, like, just slamming all his runes into Morrowind or something? How? How do you not press your main... It's your main runic power generator. It does most of your damage. Like, hello? You had 388? Yeah, that makes sense. It's gonna depend on the key, but, like, there's no way that's right. You thought Dancing Rune Weapon was a cooldown to press when low? Oh no, opposite, yeah. Definitely opposite. Well, so the thing about Blood Decay is Blood Decay never presses a cooldown while low. Because the thing about Blood Decay is, the thing that you hit when you're low on health is Death Strike. What you want to do on Blood Decay is proactively use your cooldowns. Now, Dancing Rune Weapon, no matter what you're playing, it's an offensive cooldown. Dancing Rune Weapon gives you some defensive benefits. Gives you 35% parry, which, like, yeah, it's not nothing. But the main reason to use Dancing Rune Weapon is because it mimics your melee attacks. So, well, when you're playing Sand Lane, Dancing Rune Weapon is... Yeah, Dancing Rune Weapon will give you Gift of the Sand Lane. It gives you, infinite Vampiric Strikes for the duration of Dancing Rune Weapon. So you Dancing Rune Weapon and then just go Vampiric Strike. Boom, 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 boom. And just put out, like, crazy damage. And, but even for Deathbringer, like, what does Deathbringer do again? Get Reaper's Mark. I don't know if there's any explicit interaction between Dancing Rune Weapon and Deathbringer, but you still generally want to use Dancing Rune Weapon with your burst on Deathbringer. It's an offensive cooldown for sure. Yeah. You do a shitload of damage during your Dancing Rune Weapon windows. Another big thing is Dancing Rune Weapon will mimic your Blood Boil and apply extra stacks of Blood Plague to the target. Dancing Rune Weapon's really good. Basically, for Blood Decay, obviously that's your big offensive cooldown. Most of Blood Decay, it's obviously the least cooldown-based tank, because a lot of your stuff is just pressing Death Strike, right? But you have, obviously, AMS, short cooldown magic mitigation. So, you know, a lot of times you want to use AMS either just to negate a shit ton of magic, but if there's a very nasty debuff, AMS will negate, like, debuffs entirely. So in specific cases, it can be very powerful. Icebound Fortitude is just 30% DR, you know, pretty straightforward. This is, you want to use proactively. If you're about to take a big hit, you use this. Definitely don't save it until you're low in health. Lichborn is a weird one. Lichborn, you mostly use it for the 15% DR. I can't remember if that's a talent or not. I think it might be a talent. I don't know. Either way, Lichborn is like, you know, it's fine, right? It's basically half as powerful as IBF. Honestly, I forget to use it a lot of times, but it is nice. You know, every little bit counts. And in raids, you basically never run Rune Tap, because you just don't need it. But in dungeons, you definitely want to run Rune Tap. It's like, you know, a mini IBF, except this one costs runes. So you do lose a bit of damage by using Rune Tap, but you need the DR. Death Knights are going to get fucking blasted in Mythic Plus settings, so you really need to have Rune Tap going into pulls. And pretty much the rest of Blood Decay is just, you know, build your shit. Bone Storm and Tombstone, these are offensive cooldowns, for the most part. Like, Bone Storm gives you healing, and Tombstone gives you a shield. But the reality of Tombstone is this shield just gets munched basically immediately, so you're never really going to save it for a defensive use. Like, if Tombstone is up, and you're about to get hit by a tank buster in like 3 seconds or something, you can delay it ever so slightly just to make sure that the shield is up for the tank buster. But you're never going to hold Tombstone for a long period of time to have that shield up. Mostly these are offensive cooldowns because they... you might be like, well, how is Tombstone an offensive cooldown, right? You get 5 bone shield charges, and it gives you... well, obviously the runic power is good, but it's mostly a shield, right? Well, the thing is, a lot of Blood Decay's damage... Not as much these days. It used to be almost entirely Shattering Bone, but it's still a respectable chunk of your overall. But Shattering Bone is a big portion of Blood Decay's AoE damage. And when you Tombstone, that shatters 5 Bone Shield charges, and you want to make sure, because it says damage is tripled while you're in Death and Decay, so you almost always want to play around your Death and Decay when possible, for a variety of reasons. Obviously, Death and Decay... while you're in Death and Decay, your Heart Strike hits multiple targets, so obviously that's very good, boosts your AoE damage by a lot. So there's a lot of reasons why you want to stand inside Death and Decay. Also, a lot of times you run Sanguine Ground. I'm talented out of it for my Mythic Plus builds, but in raids you're almost always going to run Sanguine Ground. It's just 6% more damage, right? And as a result, the other thing is, where is it? Yeah, when a charge of Bone Shield is consumed, the cooldown of Dancing Rune Weapon is reduced by 5 seconds. So... you have really high uptime. Like, this is 2 minutes, but in practice, this is up way more often than 2 minutes, because your Bone Storm and Tombstone will consume a bunch of Bone Shield charges and give you CDR, and then as your Bone Shield charges get consumed passively, you get more CDR and Dancing Rune Weapons, so you're going to have this up a lot, and that's why you basically want to use these on cooldown. Sometimes, worth noting though, if you're, if Dancing Rune Weapon is about to come up, you will usually want to delay either Bone Storm or Tombstone if they're about to come up to make sure that you press Dancing Rune Weapon first, then use Tombstone Bone Storm to get the CDR on your new Dancing Rune Weapon. Otherwise, the CDR is wasted. But for the most part, you want to use these like on cooldown. And A-Bomb Limb, you don't need to run this. Not everybody does. It's basically just free damage, and a lot of times you want to use it for the utility. Yeah. Basically, every single Blood Decay cooldown is either a damage cooldown, and you're just feeding into your rotation, and most of your mitigation is just Death Strike, or it's these 3, and you use it proactively. Never wait until you're low for blood. Yeah, A-Bomb Limb is very fun. Very, very fun. Alright. Well, let me double check. I think that's it for disc, right? I got 4 dungeons done, so we're done for the week. I even got a Resto Shaman key in here. So we're now halfway done with disc. We are about like 3/4 of the way done with Guardian. I think I'm at 6 out of 8 for Guardian. And I'm like about 1/3 of the way done with Presovoker. So that is good. Honestly, like, I feel pretty comfortable with disc. Like, I was still getting the hang of it a little bit before. Yeah, so I got 10s. I was still trying to get adjusted to it before, but honestly, I feel like I kind of blasted in those last few dungeons. I feel like I get it. It makes sense to me now. So, like, who knows? Long term, will I maybe try to push further and get, like, Keystone Legend with it? Maybe. But the main reason why I'm doing the Keystone Legend thing is, like, these are specs that I want to get extra practice with because I really want to feel like I understand it. And although I kind of get Prez, I really want to make sure that I fully understand it, because it is a very complicated spec. Disc, I'm reasonably comfortable with this. Like, I'm already, like, at the point where if I needed to get Keystone Legend with this, I feel like I could do it pretty easily, so I'm not too concerned about that. Yeah, we got good progress. Let's see, I have a bunch of crests. Are there any upgrades that I could do? At least, well, meaningful upgrades. Not really, no. Yeah. Nothing really here that I could upgrade. I still have a lot of champion pieces. So, what I'll just do here is I'll save my crests and I'll craft a 681 thing next week on my priest. And, I mean, I'm also, you know, unless I get really unlucky, I should get a myth track piece that I can use out of my Great Vault, and then I can send crests into upgrading that too. So that'll be pretty good. Deathstrike is bliss for blood decay? Absolutely. Yeah. I gotta say, I'm surprised. Good turnout this stream in terms of viewership. It's like I'm honestly kind of glad that I moved the Keystone Hero streams to the second channel, because I was kind of worried, because it was, I mentioned before, when I did it on the main channel, it was negatively impacting the YouTube algorithm, and I wanted to stream it on YouTube still. I wanted to multi-stream, right? And I kind of figured if I streamed it on the second channel, you know, nobody would really watch it there, and it would just be there for the archive, but yeah. It's good to see that, you know, people still enjoy watching this. Makes me, it's good to keep me motivated to finish this. I'm gonna finish it no matter what, but it would be really stressful if, like, the streams weren't doing well, and then I was in this position of, like, okay, well, do I focus on stuff that does well for YouTube, or do I do this, which is something I wanted to do personally, no matter what. So, I don't really need to make a decision. Whack-ass algorithm? Yeah. It's, like, I kind of understand it in the sense that this is very different than, like, the usual guides and stuff that I post on my main channel, so it just kind of clashes with what people usually expect to see. So there's going to be a lot of people who get recommended that, and it's like, well, they only watch me for my leveling guides, and if they're getting, like, a bunch of streams recommended to them of, like, Keystone Hero stuff that they don't care about, then they'll be like, oh, I'm going to unsubscribe from this channel, so I stop getting this in my recommendations. So, like, I kind of understand why it's happening, but yeah, it's obviously a bit frustrating. But yeah, I haven't had any issues streaming on the second channel, because that's what this is here for. So, obviously, all the guys who came over here are doing it specifically for, you know, watching pretty much this, because this is the main stuff that I post to the second channel. Please give you the second Warglaive. You need your pair of Warglaives for the T-Mog. Yeah, I don't think I have both Warglaives. Assuming you mean Azzinoth, right? But I have one of them on my Monk and one of them on my Demon Hunter. But I don't have both on the same character. One of these days I should probably go and farm it, but that day is not today. But yeah, anyways, we're done with pretty much everything for the week. Let me double check, yeah. Everything that I really wanted to get done, I have gotten done. So I am going to, like I said, I'm not going to stream tomorrow. I'm going to work on pushing my key on Warlock and Rogue. And then I will have them ready for the Keystone Hero Challenge next week. So next week, definitely Guardian Druid should be easy to wrap up. I'm only missing 2 keys, and that one is easy. That's been smooth sailing. Disc Priest, I shouldn't have any trouble doing. Prez Evoker, I think I should be fine. But obviously, you never know what's going to happen. But I'm aiming to get all of them done early in the week. And then later in the week, we should be able to do Rogue and Warlock. Last thing is, obviously, Mop Pre-Patch is on the 1st, and I still have to get my leveling guide done, and I haven't really done much leveling testing, and I'm planning on doing that. The Darkmoon Fair obviously ended just now, but in Classic, there's another Darkmoon Fair on this week, the week of the 15th. So, I am going to... I'm going to do a lot of leveling testing around here. My current plan... I'm still debating on if I'm going to stream on Monday or not. But if I do stream on Monday, what I'm going to do is, outside of the Darkmoon Fair, I'm going to do a run on, I don't know which one I'll start with, Alliance or Horde, but I want to do one full 1 to 85 run in Mop Classic. No heirlooms, no XP buffs, nothing. Questing only, 1 to 85. Because I figure if I test the XP values without any of the heirloom stuff, and I also see, what's it called, how the different zones feel without dungeon spam, then I'll be able to very easily see which leveling segments feel really bad without dungeon spam. And then I'll be able to factor that into my guide. So that's the current plan. I will probably start that on Monday, and we'll see how I continue with that. But that is a little bit TBD. But like I said, no stream tomorrow guaranteed. 85 is Kata max level, yeah. But keep in mind, the way that leveling works, even in old expansions, obviously Chromie time is not a thing, but since the dawn of time, Blizzard has always tuned leveling so that the new expansion levels are kind of their own thing, right? So I'm going to do a lot of 85 to 90 testing here. The month of July, we're going to do a bunch of test runs, and then I'll have a guide for that before MOP actually launches. And I mean, I've already done my first test run for that, so we have already started that process. But just like in retail, there's like Chromie time leveling and current expansion leveling, you can kind of separate old expansions like that too. Like in MOP, leveling is, the XP is squished for Kata levels in MOP, so the process of leveling from 1 to 85, in many cases, is like as long as it takes to level from 85 to 90. And they're kind of two separate things, right? So I'm going to have a 1 to 85 like alt catch-up guide ready for the pre-patch so people can use that to level their monks. And then I'm going to have an 85 to 90 guide ready for the actual launch. You're on vacation from the 15th to mid-July. Well, there you go. So the guide will be ready for you to use when you come back. Hopefully. I'm hoping that I won't have any delays. Yeah, that's it for me. And I will catch you guys later, potentially streaming on Monday. But either way, next week we'll wrap up all these Keystone Hero things. Overall, definitely a productive week for this challenge. And it gives me confidence that I will actually be able to get all of this stuff done in time. We're close to being a third of the way there. But the moment that I'm done with every single class, that will be like the real point where I'm like, okay, deep breath, this is doable. Because the alt specs, a lot of them will not be that difficult. Some of them will, but most of them will not be that difficult. But yeah, I'll stop myself there. Thank you for watching, and I will see you next time. Peace.